quick. It's 4:39. Let's go ahead and get it. Let's go ahead and get this. No pain, no stress. You gave me the weight, and now I'm blessed. You can test me, let the devil trust me. But baby, hell is one place. I rule with the Lord who is in control. Heaven is my goal, this earth is out. But it feels like I'm missing out. Most other people that I meet who lie, feeling cheap, seem content while Christians like me. I'm trying to switch nothing. Takes me the other way around. I'm not complaining, but how can you tell someone who's living it up to give it up when they're posting high? Doing right is a headache. That's got to be a better approach to take. You know a middle ground between Jesus and Satan. I know who to follow. I'm not debating for what I'm waiting for. Satan is winning the battle. God is winning the war. Every day I dance before the Lord, so I take the next thing like an extension cord. I walk along the stripe just long as my angels of life. Like shine, broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my guide. And if he lets me live another day, I'll continue to come to the people to say, stop being selfish, stop saying fuck the God, and start winning. I roll with the Lord who is in control. Getting to heaven is my goal.
Hey, Concrete Jungle. Hey, Nia.
Away from my God. There's a struggle every day to stay on course. I'm behind the enemy.
Hey, young Pharrell, you came by. Do you want to come on the panel, sir? There's the link right there. You want to come up?
Both of these vehicles take me where I got to go. But if I still now section for a house for a lesson to be under the direction of a sick demon. Gold is the home my soul, no bank. I roll with the Lord who is in control. Every day I dance before the Lord. So I take it like an extension cord. I welcome all the strife as long as my name is in the book of life. Let my light shine. Let it broadcast worldwide. I live Jesus, be my God, and he let me live another day. I continue to come to the people and say, stop being selfish, stop sinning. Come to God and start winning. Minister Brother Derek. Let's get it. Welcome to the Minister Brother Derek Show. And I am Minister Brother Derek. I just want to say that I love Jesus. And that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us.
I love you, Jesus.
Can't get enough.
Hey.
I love my Jesus. Well, people say to keep it real.
Keep it real.
But here's the deal. If you're not saved,
I love you,
if you're not born
Jesus.
again, your future is in doubt. Your body wasn't made to last.
I love you,
It will
Jesus.
be reduced to ash. Your flesh will rot, but your life will not.
I love
You know
you,
your soul will go on
Jesus.
forever, so you better realize that you need God, or you will be surprised by the pain of a flame.
I already got rid of him there.
The pits of hell, where the heat swells up, there's no relief, not for a moment of peace. The agony and cry.
I love you,
There's someone in the
Jesus.
background singing, burn, baby, burn. This isn't normal.
I love
Burn, baby,
you,
burn. I'm
Jesus.
gonna inferno. But seriously though, this will happen. If Jesus come back and finds you, see, no one knows the time of day. But if you follow word, it won't matter anyway. Because in
But good job, though.
whatever we sit and tear. So in this round, I show no fear.
I love
What
you,
you gonna do? Kill
Jesus.
me? Make me a martyr? Give me a head start? Put me on the fast track? So keep macking, keep stacking, keep on shacking up. But get caught napping and the jig is up.
All right, put the songs in 8D.
I love you, Jesus.
So hold on, let's take care of that first.
Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus.
I don't like it in 8D.
Don't let that devil deceive us.
So drop that.
I just want to say that I love Jesus. And that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you
That don't sound no better. Is the headphones up?
I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. Can't get enough. I love my Jesus. But people say to keep it real.
Well, let me take care of that.
If you're not saved, you're missing out. If you're not born again, your future is in doubt. Your body wasn't made to last. When your time comes, it will be reduced to ash. Your flesh will rot, but your life will not. You know your soul will go on forever, so you better realize that you need God or you will be surprised by the pain of a flame that never goes out. The pits of hell where the heat swells up.
Why am I not saying it?
Not for a moment of peace. The agony and cries never cease. And someone in the background singing, burn, baby, burn. This isn't normal. Burn, baby, burn. I'm a walking inferno. But seriously, though, this will happen if Jesus come back and finds you napping. See, no one.
All right, something's wrong, but we ain't gonna worry about it. I can't find it.
It won't matter anyway.
That's all right.
Because in heaven, no one will ever be sick or shed a tear. So in this round, I show no fear. What you gonna do? Kill me? Make me a martyr? Give me a head start? Put me on the fast track? So keep macking, keep stacking, keep on shacking up. But get caught napping and the jig is up. And I just want to say, I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let that devil deceive us.
I love you, Jesus.
If you think that witnessing to your neighbors is weird, think of foreign countries with statues of idols of nations, people who don't know God, only mythical characters like the Alabama or South. Most Americans believe in one God, one superior being. Christians
I love you, Jesus.
But we spend our time fulfilling the desires of our flesh. We won't give Jesus our best effort, but we ask for blessings that we don't deserve. And you wonder why our prayers are not heard. In church, you put down those you really.
Well, somebody's advertising on our show, which we don't get that many views, so it's really weird that people get so concerned about being here.
Isn't for God or His ways. So why should anybody listen to a darn thing you say?
I love you, Jesus.
Follow you wherever you lead us.
I love you, Jesus.
I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us.
I love you, Jesus.
I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us.
I love you, Jesus.
Let the Holy Spirit lead us. And one more time. I love you, Jesus.
All right, y'all, let's get it. Let's get to the Bible study. The minister, Brother Derek Show. Let's get it. Let's get it. Welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome to the show. Looks like Youngin decided to come through here. Yes. This show is based on some of the things you said yesterday. And see, I'm going to do your job for you. Because I asked you to explain your point, and you couldn't do it. But you're here again. I put the link up and gave you the chance to come up and prove your point again. So, since you won't do it, somebody got to do it. So, let me show you something. Let me stop screenshotting for a second. You ignorantly said, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it, you was ignorant. You don't know what you're talking about. You said that if you get the vaccine, that there's a chip in the vaccine that makes you in opposition to God. The fact that you said that let me know you don't know what the hell you talking about. And whoever you listening to, you need to go burn down that church lecture hall or wherever you was. Y'all need to burn it down in your community. That you got somebody teaching that kind of mess. And that's what it is. It's mess. Because if you know anything about Jesus and God, it's only one thing that separates you from God. Sin. Can't no chip make you sin. A sin is a choice that you make. The mark of the beast is in your mind and in your hand. That's the mark of the beast. In your mind and in your hand. In your mind, you have to choose sinning over doing what Jesus and God want you to do. The mark on your hand, whether you're strangling somebody, punching them, whether you're writing a check for somebody to go kill somebody, that's the mark of the hand. Your hand is doing the sinning that God can't stand. That's the mark of the beast. It ain't no stamp somebody give you. It's something you give yourself. The devil can't do nothing to you unless you allow him. When you hear that voice in your head, tell that devil to shut up or take it to Jesus. That's one person he's scared of. But if you sit there and listen, you have the mark of the beast. I gave you several examples yesterday. I gave you several examples. When you was in school and you was getting the best grades and everybody looked up to you, you liked it. But then when the transfer came in and you were getting straight B's and he get A pluses, I ain't nobody. See that voice in your head tell you, hey, even though he getting better grades than you, he took the attention away from you. You're still better than him. You're better than him. Yes, you are. Go find out something about him. He a new transfer. Why did he transfer from the old school? Go talk to his family members. See what kind of dirt you can give up. See, when you start to listen to that in your head, when it comes to you, that let you know you got the mark of the beast. If you was a child of the Lord, you would go befriend that person and say, hey, you get A pluses, I only get B's. Can you help me out? What are you doing and I'm not doing? But no, you want to go destroy that person. God hates that. So how can you go destroy somebody and turn around and say, hey, hallelujah, oh, glory, hey. Anytime somebody around you start to do something, you got to go mess it up. You don't go join them and make it bigger. You start figuring out ways how you gonna knock them down. Yeah, they think they all that. I'm just good man. If you was on a high school basketball team or football team or drill team, there's always that person that's better than everybody else. And most people try to imitate them so they can be better. But you always got that 20% on every team, in every class, on every job. It's always that 20%. I'm not going to try to be better than them. I'm going to bring them down. I'm going to purposely knock them down. I got to try to dox them. I got to try to get something on them so I can bring them down. That's somebody that got the mark of the beast. So where you at, young Pharrell? Where you at? Where you at? Why do we do our sermon on Saturday? If you look at my videos, it used to be called Sunday sermon. We came across some articles that said the mark of the beast could be the Sabbath. Then we did research and we found out that the Romans changed it to Sunday. And they got every religion that called themselves Christian, every religion, to change their day to Sunday. The last one to hold out was 1950 something. The Church of the Latter-day Saints, if I'm correct. Those are the only ones that stuck with it and said, kiss my butt, Catholics. You know the fake Jews had to hold on a Saturday. Those are the only two that recognize the Sabbath as Saturday, if I'm correct. I know the Church of the Latter-day Saints does Saturday. The fake Jews do Saturday. I do my sermons on Saturday. I don't know what's up with this vast tech, but get a life, man. You really gonna fill my block list up? We just cleared it. See, but that's the devil at work. Some would say, hey, you don't have that many viewers. Let them hang around. For what? They ain't contributing to the show. They're not helping nobody, so why should I let them hang around? You sit there, you know when you go to work, there's somebody at that job. They the first ones to get there. And they produce 10 times the things you produce. And when it's time for somebody to get promoted, you go stand up. Here I am, boss. Boss looking at you like, you still work here? I thought we had fired you. You know who getting the promotion? Zachary's getting it. He's here early every day. He's the last to leave. He don't leave until everything done. We're going to put him in charge. If I could have 20 Zacharys, I'd be rich. Instead of you saying, hey, Zachary, welcome. I want to be more like you. You let the voice in your head tell you, even though you late every day, that you come. You only show up 3 or 4 times a week. You let that voice in your head tell you, I'm better than him. I'm going to get him fired. Is that God in your head? Is that Jesus in your head? No. That's either Satan or the demons in your head telling you that. Yeah, I'm going to go over there and find out what I can dig up on them. I'm going to take them down. God hates that. And some of you in here have done it. There are some guys that might go to a place where it's nothing but a bunch of single women. And even though you ain't getting none of them, at least you're around them. Then some other guy find a place and he come. And the ladies like him. And they go to him. Now you getting mad. Oh, yeah. Didn't you know? Yeah, the last town he was in, he was a child molester. He was a drug dealer. He used to be on that crack. Well, why y'all clinging on him? Come back over here to me. What makes you do that? The voice in your head. The same voice in your head that when you tune to my show and I start telling you the truth, you automatically turn me off and go find somebody that's going to lie to you. That's what you want. You want somebody that's going to lie to you. You want somebody to come pat you on the back and say, hey, it's okay to be gay. Hey, it's okay to mess with the little children. Hey, it's okay for you to keep taking them drugs. Hey, let me give you a pat on the back. It's okay for you to keep drinking. You want somebody to tell you that it's okay to do what you know is wrong. You know it. It's so hard to watch my wrestling now. Sir, you made a comment and I'm addressing it. Are you going to talk about that or are you going to talk about True Freeman? Because if you know something, True Freeman did something to me that I thought was worse than what it was. And I responded with the video. That video got me 1,700 views. That was years ago. Now, if I was still talking about him and didn't have thousands of videos up on every topic you could think of, you might could say that. All that video did was get me noticed. But YouTube wouldn't let me show you that there were videos that was just amongst some of positive videos. The positive videos wasn't getting no shine. When we got done, we went back to doing what we did. And we rode it as far as we could ride it. But when the people saw that I had better things going on, they went to other people. Let them go. No, I didn't. My first video to the sector was called F True Freeman and F Sunshine. It didn't have nothing to do with Tommy Sotomayor. Now, did I want to say something to him about what he said about the man's daughter? Yeah. Not about Tommy. Videos are up. So you say being positive wasn't working, so you became you full of crap, young Pharrell. I'm being positive. We've been positive for years. Do you do your research? But don't try to change the subject. We want to stay on what you said yesterday. You're trying to change the subject. See, is that the devil in your mind telling you to do that? Trying to get you to shift? Stick to the topic, sir. I'm going to hold you to the fire. I'm going to hold you to the fire. Because you said there's a chip in the vaccine that makes you separate from God. You want to explain that? How does the chip work? Every time you touch the Bible, you start shaking? Anytime somebody preaching about the word of God, you go into convulsions? How does it separate you from God? We need you to explain. We need you to explain in an intelligent way. Something that is intelligent, that makes sense, that we can understand, that we can go look up and verify. Not I think, not I feel. We need to know what you know. Because I won't tell you something unless I know it. Now, a lot of the things that I guess I'm right about. I told everybody how Brian killed Gabby. She actually showed us. Oh, you know what you're talking about. Oh. Then we find out she was strangled to death. If you really listen to your spirit, you ain't wrong much. You know, I asked Liz to look up some articles for us, and we're going to get to them. I just hit one of them and just looked at it and was like, bam. Turned it right off. Didn't have to watch it. Didn't have to read it. But let's take a look at something here. Since he won't come here and tell us, I got to tell us. The seal of God and the mark of the beast. What you're referring to, right? The Bible has explicitly pointed out who the Antichrist is. And that we know as Roman Catholicism is, and that we know is Roman Catholicism. Not only that, but it will be revived by apostate Protestant America. The false prophet, and because of the authority and the power of the U.S. upon the earth, it will cause all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save that he had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Revelations 13:17. So this power, the apostate Protestantism via the U.S. government, will one day enforce the mark of the beast. That is the first beast which we found as the Roman Catholic Church upon the world. What is this mark of Roman Catholicism? One thing for sure, this statement made by William Torian is true. It is not a computer chip, and it is not a barcode. It's something to do with authority. The seal of God. Before one could understand what the mark of the beast or the Roman Catholic Church is, we have to understand that the seal of God is because it is written about the last generation of God's people. Hurt not the earth till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads. While they who will receive the mark of Roman Catholicism will receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads. Revelation 7:3 and 13:16. A seal is something that confirms, ratifies, or makes secular, and a mark given the effect of a common law seal by statute law, taken from Merriam Webster. And it's very important to know God himself is a lawgiver and has statutes. A typical seal will have a name, title, territory. Is there a seal in the law of God which give authenticity of God as a lawgiver of that particular law? Absolutely. It is written, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all that work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. For in 6 days the Lord made the heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is in them, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Exodus 28 and 11. Number 1, name the Lord. Number 2, the title, creator. Number 3, territory, heaven and earth. Thus the fourth commandment of the law of God is the seal of God, the Sabbath. And no other commandments is there a seal. The Sabbath seals all the law, showing that God is the lawgiver of the Decalogue. For it is no wonder why God will say, and hallow my Sabbaths, and they shall be a sign marked between me and you, that you may know that I am the Lord your God. Ezekiel 20:20. The Sabbath is said to be a sign or a mark between God and his people. Basically, the reason being that they know I am the Lord your God, said the Creator. This shows us that by observing the Sabbath, we acknowledge the authority of God, indicating that we acknowledge him as the true living God, the creator of heaven and earth. But when is the Sabbath day? It is said regarding the fourth commandment, the Sabbath in the Decalogue, remember the Sabbath to keep it holy, for in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that then is, and rested the seventh day. Whereof the Lord blessed the seventh day and hallowed it. Exodus 28 and 11. The word remember followed by the words the Sabbath day clearly indicate that the Sabbath day was there before, and that it is the seventh day of the week, which the Lord set apart for holy use, for he blessed and hallowed it. And where was the Sabbath given to men? And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made, and rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made, and God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it. Genesis 2:2. Thus we see that the Sabbath was instituted on the creation week, just like marriage. And Christ says the Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. Therefore the Son of Man is Lord also of the Sabbath. Mark 2:27 and 28. Note the verse does not say the Sabbath was made for the Jews or Israel, but it says the Sabbath was made for man, meaning all mankind. That is why we find it instituted on the creation week. And Christ himself being the creator of this day, he is indeed the Lord of the Sabbath. And we should know when this is the seventh day Sabbath in the week. We don't have to go to the old dictionary. And when the Sabbath was passed, Mary Magdalene and Mary the mother of James and Salome had brought sweet spices that they might come and anoint him. And very early in the morning, the first day of the week, Mark 16:1 and 2, and it is very well known in Christendom that Christ rose on the first day of the week, which is Sunday. But note, the verse says, and when the Sabbath was passed, and then proceeded the first day of the week, which indicate us that the Sabbath day is in the day today we commonly know as Saturday. For Saturday, from what we see in the Bible, is the seventh day of the week, for it is the Sabbath day. And the Sabbath, the seventh day of the week, started from sunset to sunset. Why? Because of the patterns of days found in creation week. For this is written, after God creates in the days and in the evening and in the morning. Check it out. It starts with evening to show that according to the Bible, a day start with evening sunset. Thus, the Sabbath start from Friday sunset to Saturday sunset, a day which you can rest from the work which you have done during the week, setting apart all of your interests and meet the Lord and have a fellowship with brethren at church and worship to the Creator. Oh, what a day of joy, and be like Jesus when it is said of him, and he came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up, as his custom was. He went to the synagogue on the Sabbath day and stood up for to read. Luke 4:16. And just like the early church and apostles, when it is written, but when they departed from Perga, they came to Antioch and Pisidia and went into the synagogue on the Sabbath day and sat down. And the next Sabbath day came almost the whole city together to hear the word of God. Acts 13:14-44. A clear vindication that the Sabbath, Saturday, is still valid. Even the followers of Christ kept it. Now let's get the full picture. Remember Revelation 7:3. Hurt not the earth till we have sealed the servants of God in their foreheads. For we have seen that the seal of God is none other than the Sabbath day, Saturday. It is said that this seal is in their foreheads. But how can God put a day on a forehead? Now this is getting interesting. You see here, the forehead, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that there will be some physical sign placed on the forehead of the Sabbath. No. Check the following. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. Deuteronomy 11:18. Do you think they literally went around wearing words on their foreheads or holding them on their hands? No, the idea is now talking about forehead is that this last generation of God and Revelation 7:3 is that they know clearly in their cognitive minds about the truth of the Sabbath, and they will follow it. It is not a physical mark. No, thus they will refuse the mark of the beast. Roman Catholicism, in this way, they will not be able to buy or sell, says the scriptures. Understanding the seal of God is the Sabbath day, Saturday. Do you think the devil can have a counterfeit for his day for the beast? The Roman Catholicism, and having to identify who is the Antichrist power in the last articles, being Roman Catholicism, this very system has to tell us where their mark is. What is the mark of the Roman Catholicism, this beast? The Bible says, remember the Sabbath day. The Catholic Church say, no, by my divine power, I abolish the Sabbath day and command you to keep holy the first day of the week. And lo, the entire civilized world bows down in reverent obedience to the command of the Holy Catholic Church. Father Enright, American Sentinel, June 1893, and in the faith of our fathers, the following Cardinal Gibbon says, of course, the Catholic Church claims that the change was her act, and the act is a mark of her ecclesiastical power. What is the mark of Roman Catholicism? Yes, Sunday. Sunday is the mark of the beast. But note this. Note this, no one yet who keeps Sunday at the moment has received the mark of the beast. Sunday, because and he causeth all, both small and great. Rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark on their right hand or in their foreheads. Revelation 13:16. Sunday will have to be enforced from the USA nationally, and then the whole world will follow. Thus, that's when all men who choose a Sunday by enforced law in the world will receive it in their right hand, meaning they will keep the enforced Sunday for the sake of buying and selling. Only those who will keep this Sabbath and refuse the Sunday will not be allowed to do so, and others will go for this Sunday. They will know that the Sabbath is Saturday. They will choose the popular side. That is why they say they will receive it on their foreheads. And remember, I am analysis based on Deuteronomy 11:18. The Bible is spot on when it says regarding this Roman system that it shall think to change times and laws. Daniel 7:25. Question: which is the Sabbath day? Answer: Saturday is the Sabbath day. Question: why do we observe Sunday instead of Saturday? Answer: we observe Sunday instead of Saturday because the Catholic Church and the Council of Laodicea transferred the solemnity from Saturday to Sunday. Peter German, CSSR, The Convert's Catechism of Catholic Doctrine, 3rd edition. You may read the Bible from Genesis to Revelation, and you will not find a single line authorizing the sanctification of Sunday. The scriptures enforce the religious observance of Saturday, a day which we never sanctify. The Catholic Cardinal Gibbons and Faith of Our Fathers on page 111. The church made a sacred day of Sunday largely because it was the weekly festival of the sun, for it was a definite Christian policy to take over pagan festivals and did to the people by tradition and give them a Christian significance. Arthur Weigall, The Paganism in Our Christianity, made in 1928, page 145. The festival of Sunday, like all other festivals, was always only a human ordinance. It was far from the intentions of the apostles to establish a divine command to this respect, far from them and far from the early apostolic church, to transfer the laws of Sabbath to Sunday. Augustus Neander, The History of Christian Religion and Church, made in 1843, page 186. The Bible commandment says, on the seventh day thou shalt rest. That is Saturday. Nowhere in the Bible is it laid down that worship should be done on Sunday. Philip Carrington, Toronto Daily Star, October 26, 1949. The first day of the week is commonly called the Sabbath. This is a mistake. The Sabbath of the Bible was the day just preceding the last day, just preceding the first day of the week. The first day of the week is never called Sabbath anywhere in the entire scriptures. It is also an error to talk about the change of the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday. There's not any place in the Bible any intimation of such a change. First day observance, page 17 and 19. It will be surely far safer to observe the seventh day according to the express commandment of God than on the authority of mere human conjecture to adopt this. John Milton, SAB LIT, page 46 to 54. Not sure what that's short for. You can Google it. Thus we see Daniel 7 and 25 fulfill the little horn changing times and laws. Therefore, it appears to me that all who keep the first day for the Sabbath are Pope Sunday keepers and God Sabbath breakers. That's the American Elder, T.M. Preble, February 13, 1845. It is to remind the Presbyterians, Baptists, Methodists, and all other Christians that the Bible does not support them anywhere in their observance of Sunday. Sunday is an institution of the Roman Catholic Church, and those who observe the day observe a commandment of the Catholic Church. Priest Brady, in an address reported in the Elizabeth, New Jersey News, March 18, 1903. Reason and common sense demand the acceptance of one or the other of these two alternatives, either Protestantism and keeping the holy of Saturday, or Catholicity and the keeping of Holy Sunday. Compromise is impossible. The Catholic Mirror, December 23rd, 1893. Heavy stuff. The big question is to you, O fellow Christian and other, from knowing this. What is your response? Will you keep the Sabbath day of God to be acknowledged, his authority from now on, or will you acknowledge the authority of the Roman Catholic system, the Antichrist power? You didn't know? Since now you do. Here's what the scripture says. In the times of this ignorance, God has winked at, but now commandeth all men everywhere to repent. Acts 17:30. So come up here and teach us. Come up here and teach us, sir. Sir, come up here. I'm blocking somebody because somebody's advertising that store on my channel. That's why they being blocked. But come on up here, sir. You keep talking about I'm not teaching. You ain't gave us not one bit of information. You say it's videos on YouTube proving this. Their article had things from 1893 all the way up to 1970. You ain't showed us nothing. The same way you expect us to listen to what the Romans said and forget what God said. That's why we do our sermon on Saturday. Saturday is the Sabbath day. That's why it's called Saturday sermon. But God made a covenant with the people of Israel to honor the Sabbath day. I've shown you the Sabbath is Saturday. But I want to make sure I got that point out. But hold on a sec. We ain't done. Thanks to Liz for sending us this. Why is it not possible for the COVID vaccine to contain a magnetic tracking chip that connects to 5G? Because I'm sure that's what he was going to come here and try and tell us.
In the midst of a pandemic that's been politicized and public health advice that keeps on changing, it's easy to understand why misinformation spreads.
I've read articles about putting a little chip in with the vaccine.
So when the cameras, the 5G comes out, what? They're gonna scan everybody. We got to get scanned. All of you are practicing the devil's law. What happened to Bill Gates? Why is he not in jail?
It's a big thing that's going on TikTok right now. Can you just put that to rest and say how ridiculous it is that we are not being injected with chips? Is what I want.
We are not being injected with chips.
Doctors, scientists, and the makers of microchips all agree there's no chip in the COVID-19 vaccine.
That's just not possible as far as the size that would be required for that microchip. Second, that microchip would have to have an associated power source. And then in addition, that power source would have to transmit a signal through at least an inch of muscle and fat and skin to a remote device, which again, just doesn't make sense.
Videos making fun of the theory and some supporting it have gotten millions of views. But the vaccine does not inject a microchip that can track you, make you magnetic, or connect you to a 5G network.
There's lots of stuff that the government can use to track us through our phones, through our credit cards. The vaccine is the least of your worries.
Still, when 1,500 American adults were asked in July whether the U.S. government is using the COVID-19 vaccine to microchip the population, 5% said it was definitely true, while another 15% said it was probably true. Only 46% said it was definitely false.
Often belief in some of these misinformation and some of these conspiracy theories comes from a desire to make the world a better place or protect the ones that we love.
This pandemic should have been one of those things that brought us together, just like 9/11 brought us together. Right now, we're very much still divided. And quite honestly, our counts in my hospital right now are higher than they've ever been throughout the entire pandemic.
We talked to doctors, vaccine researchers, and one man who does have microchips under his skin about where this conspiracy theory came from and why it's not possible. The first requirement for a conspiracy theory to take hold is that it's rooted in something plausible. In this case, one of the places it started is this 22-page paper on quantum mechanics. Kevin McHugh wrote it when he was a postdoctoral fellow at MIT.
It's interesting to see how someone takes like a little bit of truth and then spins it into some totally different story that's just, not based in fact anymore.
The research, conducted only on rats so far, explored how minuscule light-emitting particles called quantum dots could be delivered to the skin to record vaccine history, specifically in lower-income nations that don't have electronic medical records.
It's not a microchip, it's a nanoparticle. We couple it to the actual vaccine itself, so no one can possibly kind of make a mistake that would cause a child to be unprotected.
It does play on very real insecurities about living in the modern world, about having your data collected, things that we know to be true. And conspiracy theories work well because they lean on those kernels of truth.
Next ingredient for a conspiracy that sticks is funding from someone rich and famous.
Bill Gates has kind of often been included in conspiratorial rhetoric because he represents this global elite. And most conspiracies are about sort of tackling, a global cabal.
The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation helped found Global Vaccine Alliance, Gavi, 2 decades ago.
That's why our foundation has committed over $250 million to support COVID-19 vaccine research.
The Gates Foundation also funded that MIT study on quantum dots. The connection was enough to put Bill Gates at the center of the conspiracy. A day before last year's vaccine summit, Gates addressed the conspiracy theory in a call with reporters.
This information thing is just so weird. There's no chips or anything like that, that have any connection to this thing. I mean, it's almost hard to deny this stuff because it's so stupid or strange.
Over the past year, Bill Gates was mentioned in reference to vaccine microchips or barcodes nearly 159,000 times across traditional, social, broadcast, and online media. As the co-founder of Microsoft, he's also targeted by the anti-tech movement and all the fear around 5G. This ties in the last ingredient for a successful conspiracy theory, a buzzword to make it go viral.
It's not like we see these misinformation narratives singularly. They work because they build off of one another.
The final twisted result is a false conspiracy that goes something like this. The global distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine is in fact a ploy by Bill Gates and other elites to inject each person with a tracking microchip that would be activated by 5G wireless technology. So let's break it down. Is there in fact a chip small enough to fit in a vaccine syringe? The COVID vaccines are administered with 25 to 22 gauge needles, far smaller than the 16 gauge needles used for drawing blood. The vaccine needles have internal diameters between about 0.26 and 0.41 millimeters. Now let's talk about the size of chips. A chip with 5G functionality is a little smaller than a penny. The smallest radio frequency identification, or RFID chip, is indeed small enough at 0.125 millimeters. But they only function when attached to a coil antenna that makes the single chip system about the size of a grain of rice, which would require a syringe about 13 times larger than the one used to inject the vaccine. At the very edge of scientific advancement, researchers are working on potentially injectable temperature sensors, like this one at Columbia University, shown inside an 18-gauge needle, which has an inner diameter more than 3 times larger than that used for a COVID vaccine.
The individual subcomponents and very, very small chips are small enough, but they need to be attached to everything else that makes them work, that makes them into a device and not just a random floating RFID tag.
We also asked companies that manufacture chips whether the technology exists.
I think the answer to that question is probably not. We are able to do a lot of things, but actually a vaccine that would have a microchip in it, not yet.
At this point in time, I wouldn't be too worried about getting injected with basically devices and products.
It doesn't exist. Simple as that.
Johan Osterlund has developed a chip that can be implanted in the skin. He has 4.
You see, that's 2 by 12 millimeters. It's the size of a luxurious grain of rice, and it contains an antenna, ferritic rod to attract more EM, and a tiny microchip that contains a tiny memory.
Osterlund's injected the RFID chips in about 6,000 people so far, mostly in Sweden, charging up to 150 euros per device. He uses a needle more than 10 times bigger than the one used for vaccines.
I do single sign-on my laptop, 50 times a day, unlocking your phone, getting into my house. It's strictly convenience.
RFID chips have been commercially available since the 70s. They store a tiny amount of data which can be read from a few inches away by other devices enabled with near-field communication, or NFC technology. Now that NFC has taken off, RFID chips allow things like paying without swiping your card, keyless access to your building, and quick entry to public transit.
Getting rid of your wallet and keychain and allowing that microchip to represent whatever cards and keys you have, cluttering your pockets.
But the value of the biohacks chips is that each one is unique. The way COVID vaccines are administered makes it impossible to ensure even a non-specific chip would end up in each arm, while the biohacks chips are injected using a large syringe pre-filled with the unique RFID device. The COVID vaccine is drawn up from a vial that contains between 5 and 15 doses. Dr. Matt Lawrence is a co-investigator on the phase 3 trials of the Moderna and Novavax COVID vaccines.
So that multi-dose vial is intended for multiple individuals. So the thought that you could precisely pull up the exact volume that's required for a vaccine for an individual and randomly hope that you would get a very small microchip for each and every single person who's intended to be dosed with that vial is just simply not possible.
In a fictional world where a chip was able to be injected through a vaccine, then it would be impossible for it to transmit data back out without an antenna, which would make it even larger, especially through muscle and skin.
The depth of the mRNA vaccine insertion would be approximately 1 inch to 1.5 inches, which is fairly deep. And again, this is muscle tissue, which is very dense.
mRNA vaccines are injected into muscle, while the biohacks chip is injected much shallower, just under the skin.
That's why you can push it up and see it. I mean, if this was any deeper, you wouldn't be able to communicate it with a phone or even with a door-mounted reader.
And then there's the problem of power. Biohacks devices are too small to be powered.
The biggest triumph for something that goes in or on a body and has a power source is a pacemaker. In general, you can think of the power source as being about the size of a coin cell.
James Heathers makes wearable devices, including some for the Department of Defense, that track movement and biometrics. His devices are powered by a battery about the size of a thick postage stamp.
Inside, there is a thin silicon patch, and that manages to contain the microprocessor, the inductive charging pad, the battery, and most of the other ancillary electronics with sensors that are running down the sleeve.
Because he develops devices to track people and collect data, a thought popped into Heather's head during the 15-minute waiting period after he got his shot.
Well, how do you know they didn't microchip you? And that set off a very interesting chain of internal events. I mean, which concluded, of course, that it was robustly impossible for a number of reasons.
In reality, an RFID chip is a passive device, used for identification purposes like inventory. They're also what's used to microchip pets. A scanner needs to be within a couple feet to read its minuscule amount of data. You can't track the live location of a lost pet even when it's microchipped, for this same reason. But if it's picked up by a shelter, a vet can hold a scanner over the animal to identify it. Debunked conspiracies have long claimed that RFID chips in everything from your tires to your bra are tracking us.
It's not a very good tracking device if I have to stand right next to you to retrieve information from what's actually being located.
Although tracking chips aren't possible in the COVID vaccine, the misinformation campaign found traction in part because medical injustices have happened in our country's not too distant past, like a public health study in Tuskegee, Alabama, that falsely claimed to be treating hundreds of Black men for syphilis from 1932 to 1972.
And it resulted in, at least 100 Black men dying. That's what happens to Black and brown communities. So it's a legitimate concern of, I want to make sure that you aren't trying to hurt me because you've been proven not to be trustworthy.
That's why Dr. Ebony Hilton was the first person to receive the vaccine at the University of Virginia last December.
Literally knowing the medical injustice that the Black community in particular has lived through. And I knew how important it would be for representation for persons to see, like, is this something I can actually trust?
That doesn't make them conspiracy theorists. It makes them, in some ways, rational actors in trying to evaluate, given what they know about the history of the U.S. and medical care. They're rational in being hesitant, in asking questions, in wanting to be persuaded.
So how does Dr. Hilton persuade people the conspiracy is false?
because we have racial health disparities and we know that Black and brown people are dying at higher rates from COVID-19 infections, if the government did not give us access to the vaccine, that would be Tuskegee Part 2, right? A new version of it. And if you're looking at who actually were the first persons in line to get vaccinated, they were the Donald Trumps of the world. They were, the Mitch McConnells.
Fear of government overreach has resurfaced with President Biden's recent vaccine mandate for federal workers and contractors, although in reality, it's nothing new.
George Washington required his colonial army to be vaccinated against smallpox. The best way of keeping the disease from spreading and ultimately wiping it out is to reach herd immunity.
In reality, orchestrating such a complex plot would require mass cooperation from companies and government leaders.
You all have bad experiences with the government. The DMV doesn't work, or you can't call up the tax people if you need to get your taxes done. And yet we seem to think they also could orchestrate this incredible plan to get microchips in all of us.
And then there's the immeasurable cost.
Economically, this doesn't seem feasible. I mean, where the government's already spending an enormous amount of money in making the vaccines available. And governments here and governments around the world are doing so. So it seems unlikely that the additional cost of adding microchip will be affordable.
At least half of Americans have been vaccinated, at least as far as adults are concerned, or those who are eligible. So just thinking about the number of individuals for whom chips would have had to have been developed, manufactured, distributed, and then tracked, logistically, it's simply overwhelming.
In fact, those spreading misinformation may have their own economic incentives.
Sad fact is that misinformation is incredibly profitable as well. There are plenty of people who are making a lot of money off of vaccine hesitancy by redirecting people to supplements that they happen to sell, or alternative practices that they've written a book about, or even just kind of people who are getting money from ad sales and engagement.
Indeed, companies are making billions by tracking and selling your data. They're just not using vaccines to do it.
Facebook doesn't need a microchip in order to monetize your clicking and your data that you are giving them freely.
For an accurate record of your movements and purchases, look no further than your phone, credit card, and GPS navigation.
You can, to like 90% accuracy, know what the next purchase is going to be and where and why. If you express yourself in a certain way and then go to Spotify, then go to McDonald's, all of those metrics and all of that data has been tracked, it's been compartmentalized and siloed and been sold to the highest bidder.
While some chase the false narrative of chips in COVID vaccines, experts are focused on real threats to our privacy and data security caused by society's willing participation in an ever-digital age.
If the only thing you're worried about is tracking, then you need to go live in a Unabomber shack in the middle of Montana and get rid of all your technology. But if you want to live in the modern world, you're going to have to balance the real fears that you should have that come with those conveniences.
We can find out just as much from you just by having your cell phone in your pocket, or just as much from you from just going to the store and buying a coffee these days. So we have lots of different technology to track people and their data. And hopefully we'll have more robust legal systems so we know those systems better, but we definitely don't need to put a microchip in people's arms.
Right back in time. All right. Hit the escape button. Back out. I clicked it. Why it's not playing? All right, the video not playing. I'll try one more time. I'm about to get rid of that X. The video's not playing, so we just got to read then. The COVID-19 vaccine has been scientifically proven to save lives, but for a select group of people in the religious realm, a more important matter is at stake: eternal salvation. As the Delta variant of the coronavirus spreads, many Americans resist COVID-19 vaccine, some citing the uncertainty of long-term side effects, others lacking trust in the medical field. Some vaccine resistors have been galvanized by the idea that the shot is the mark of the beast. The mark of the beast in the New Testament's book of Revelation signals an allegiance to Satan or to those who reject God's memorial of creatorship. Studies show that any conflicts between religion and science are not about facts. They are more about values and morals, said John Evans, a professor of sociology and religious studies at the University of California, San Diego. What does the mark of the beast scripture in Revelation say? The apocalyptical biblical term comes from Revelations 13, 16 to 18. According to the Apostle John in the New International Version Bible, a pair of beasts will rule the earth with cruelty. Their evil reach, which can be interpreted as hidden manipulation, will require all people who engage in commerce to wear the mark of the beast. The Apostle John did not identify what the mark looks like, although some theologians translate scripture to associate the number 666 with it. Pastor Darren Wood of First Baptist Church in the old town of Midland, Texas, wrote an op-ed in August for the Midland Reporter Telegram that said, "One of my church family posed an honest question. Pastor, is the COVID vaccine the mark of the beast? I've been told it is." Their question was an honest and heartfelt one, and clearly they were anguished about it. And kindly I answered no, and thought little more about it until the questions came again and again. Fact check. Ivermectin is not a proven treatment for COVID-19. A nightmare. Pregnant, unvaccinated nurse and her unborn sweet baby girl die of COVID-19. There is no indication that the vaccine matches the mark described by the Apostle Paul. I've been sent numerous articles and videos that suggest the vaccine represents a conspiracy, a governmental control, or that the vaccine contains some sort of marking agent to indelibly identify those foolish enough to receive the vaccine. It's just not reasonable or logical to presume such a wide conspiracy is even possible. The question then arises as to why this wide mistrust and medical mistreatment has come. Why do people call the COVID-19 vaccine the mark of the beast? Evans says that a lack of trust in the government and medical field is the driving force behind the mark of the beast belief. Former President Donald Trump tapped into American populism, and with that comes the disbelief of experts, Evans told USA Today. There's a small group of people who believe in the mark of the beast, and I think what's driving that thought process is starting with various concerns about receiving the coronavirus that are not specifically religious. Evans said he expected the mark of beast popularity stems from an adherence to a social or political identity. Peter Feeman, a top Republican National Committee official in Florida, said last month that vaccines are the mark of the beast and comparable to a false god. In May, Feeman wrote on his blog of Governor Gretchen Whitmer encouraging vaccines in Michigan. Diabolical Michigan Governor Whitmer wants her citizens to get the mark of the beast to participate in society. What? Peter Feeman, a top Republican National Committee official in Florida, said last month that vaccines are the mark of the beast and comparable to a false god. In May, Feynman wrote on his blog of Governors Gretchen Whitmer encouraging vaccines in Michigan. Diabolical Michigan Governor Whitmer wants her citizens to get the mark of the beast to participate in society. According to Evans studies, the majority of mark of the beast believers appear to be politically conservative and from Protestant Christian backgrounds. People with spiritual beliefs that all things are influenced by religion are more likely to believe mark of the beast, which is in every Christian's Bible, but people will focus on particular passages in the Bible to support their belief system. What do religious leaders say? Harvard Christian Fellowship Pastor Greg Laurie said COVID-19 vaccines are not the mark of the beast, but many Christians may believe they are, thinking the world is in what the Bible calls the last days. The Bible speaks of someone identified as the Antichrist, and he will require people to have a mark that people will receive to buy and sell, Laurie told USA Today in an email. The COVID-19 vaccine or any vaccine have nothing to do with any of this. Laurie, who's been vaccinated, said the mark will be a pledge of loyalty to the Antichrist, and no one would take the mark knowingly. Revelations 14, we learn that those who take the mark are doomed, he said. God will not doom people for taking something unwittingly. Misinterpretations of Revelation 13, 16 to 18 can stem from social media, where people spread unreliable information according to Laurie. People read erroneous comments and believe they are true, he said. Sometimes these statements are packed with look-alike Bible prophecy, he said, but they are false and misapplied because many people do not understand what the Bible actually says about these things. What do healthcare workers say? Do people actually cite this as a reason to avoid the shot? Nicole Williams, a traveling intensive care unit nurse, says she has heard the mark of the beast as a reason not to get vaccinated many times. I get being hesitant because it is new and we don't know the long-term effects, but calling it the mark of the beast is crazy, Williams told USA Today. Williams has worked in hospitals in Texas, New York, California, and Hawaii in her 3 years as a nurse. She said the latest surge of COVID-19 cases has been hell, and a lot of younger people have died. She said vaccines are not a magical shot that cures all, but they're one of the many tools to fight the virus. I understand people want to get back to how things were, but calling something you don't understand the mark of the beast is extreme and harmful, she said. I'm exhausted and tired of seeing so many people die, but I will do my damnedest to try to keep my patients alive. Emergency room physician Stephen Smith at Hennepin Healthcare told USA Today he hasn't heard the mark of the beast as a reason not to get vaccinated, but a few other outlandish reasons. Smith said one woman brought her child in for a fever and cough, and he explained the toddler might have COVID-19. When he asked the mother if she had been vaccinated, Smith said her response was, "Oh no, that turns you into a zombie." Other reasons Smith has heard for not getting vaccinated include not wanting to get microchipped. It's outside their worldview. Vaccine was developed too fast. They've gotten sick. They are not high risk. They don't trust the government. And they read that people have died from the vaccine. Social media plays 100% role in the misconceptions about the vaccine, Smith said. They all get that information off Facebook and get all this garbage. Anyone who is telling you not to get the vaccine is either lying to you or an idiot or a combination of the two. New COVID-19 variant. What we know about the mu variant or the mutant variant, and why is Fauci keeping a very close eye on it? Peer-reviewed data has deemed the Moderna and Pfizer biotech COVID-19 vaccine safe, and they demonstrated 94 to 95% effectiveness against the virus, according to a study published in the New England Journal of Medicine. The same journal published that the Johnson & Johnson single dose provided protection against the virus and was effective against hospitalization and death. On September 20th, Pfizer Biotech released data that its vaccine was safe for children ages 5 to 11. The company received its full stamp approval from the FDA last month. Moderna has begun the process of applying to get a full license, and Johnson & Johnson plans to apply this year. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention reported that 54% of Americans are vaccinated and 63.9% have received at least one dose. By the end of September, 56% of people in the USA are projected to be fully vaccinated and 59% by January 1st, 2022, according to data from the Institute Health of Metrics and Evaluation. All right, so we've been up, we've been down, we've been back around. We've been up, we've been down, we've been back around. Up, down, back around. So where are you, young Pharrell? Where are you at, sir? Where are you at? Baby, go sit down. Oh, Nia already got him. Okay, that's what it was. So, anybody got any questions? I'm showing you from the front. I'm showing you from the back. I'm showing you from the side. Come in here and tell us how getting the vaccine is going to separate you from God. Now, I would have to go get the card to tell you the dates because they're very similar. I know that either April 5th or April 4th was the first shot. And then the following month, either May 4th or May 5th. I got one on the 4th of the month, one on the 5th of the month. I've gotten both of the shots, both of the Moderna shots. I'm still here preaching about Jesus. So why haven't I been separated from Jesus and God? Where you at, young Pharrell? See, you came in here running your mouth, but you ain't said nothing. I ain't showing you from the top, the back, and the front. Even if they wanted to put a chip in you, to be that small, it couldn't do nothing. How am I going to track you when I got to be standing next to you? Even if they wanted to use that little itty bitty chip, you have to be sitting right there next to them. How can I track you? The minute you walk away from me, I can't track you. Why am I going to spend all that money to put a chip in you? I can't even track you. Not to mention the guy that does do it, he puts it up here, around here where there's not a lot of protection. See, here you got meat. How is the information going to get through the meat of the skin? You got to have some kind of antenna. I have a pacemaker right here. In order to get the information off of it, they have a ring and they have to put it on me and they find out how much battery power is left. They find out what condition it is. They can get readings of, if my heart and things aren't. I have a machine in there and it's got its own, what do you call it? It's got its own data. When I go to sleep at night, they want me to be within 10 feet of that machine. That machine records my heart algorithms when I'm asleep. the machine, I believe, can call the police, call 911. But it allows the doctors to see how my heart is doing. But I have to be within 10 feet of it for it to read the pacemaker. So what good is putting a chip when you got to be, and this is not a chip, this thing is about this big, it's about that thick, but it's about this big. How you going to get that in a needle? And that's only 10 feet. Like right now, it can't read me. I'm more than 10 feet away from it. David, you go sit down somewhere, man. Go sit down. That chip it cannot read it. I'm too far away. So why would somebody spend all that money to put a chip in you that you have to be within a foot of somebody? And then the chip don't even hold much data. The guy says the chip can hold a couple credit card numbers. A chip could unlock your cell phone. A chip, it might can open your garage door opener if you got an electronic one. I'm trying to take over the world and I want to be able to control your garage door opener. I don't think that makes sense. But where are you, young Pharoah? Because you told me that I need to stop trying to teach the Bible because I don't have no idea. I came at you with facts, sir. You too scared to come up here and say anything. You the chump. I'm looking at the back chat. Ain't nothing there. You talked all that talk and ain't backed up nothing. I ain't hit you from the front. I ain't hit you from the back. I ain't hit you from the side. I still got 5 other articles to show. I ain't got to show nothing. I already beat you up enough. Saturday is the Sabbath. And if you celebrate it on Sunday, you break the covenant of God. You break the covenant. You slap God in his face when you tell him, hey, listen to the Catholics. People say I'm hard on the Catholics. They deserve it. They took a religion that they spent manpower and hours and money trying to kill. Then they decided to pick it up. But they had an empire, a huge empire. When you start looking at the mark of the beast, the sun god that the pagans worship was on Sunday. They got the pagans to come to church. Slowly, they made it. Christian. Over time, they blended them in. We're supposed to celebrate Easter for the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus Christ. The pagans, they had a female god, the god of fertility. Why do you think the Easter Bunny is associated with Easter? All Easter bunnies do is have sex and pop out babies. They took that holiday and mixed it with Jesus' resurrection. The people ain't sick. I don't know what is. The worst thing you can ever do is let somebody evil take control of something holy. What will they do? They will corrupt it. That's what they've done. The same people that can have people fight to death in the Coliseum for their entertainment against lions are the same people trying to tell you about Jesus and God. Understand that? I don't know who this person is, but they ain't got no life. I know that. Oops. Wrong button. Somebody ain't got nothing better to do than advertise on my show, and it's really sad that we only got 8 people in here. Somebody must not be buying your stuff. You must really be desperate. So I'm going to give you your 1 minute of fame. And apparently you can't spell. Because it's VASF 1 minute, then it's VASK. Which one is it? You keep advertising on my show for. But I appreciate the view. Thank you. Appreciate the view. You can leave a comment if you want to. Hit the thumbs up when you come in. Make yourself useful, not abuseful. What you don't understand is we on 3 different channels right now. But from right here, I can block you at all one but just one. You think you're doing something? No, you're not. You think you're doing something, but you're not. What happened to our young Pharrell? He said, look at what Germany is doing to their unvaccinated citizen. I'm not in Germany. I'm in the United States. I don't have no followers from Germany. If I do, speak up. Tell us what's going on and we'll cover it. Why is there somebody that's living in the United States and is not trying to work on the state of minorities in this country, but you worrying about some goddamn Germans who think you trash? You know how stupid you sound. You know the world laugh at you. You know why they laugh at us? Because they think we stupid. Anybody want to come up and talk about that? How the hell you worried about what they doing in Germany? Neo-Nazis think you thugs, but you worried about what they doing over there them in Germany. They kill you and spit on you as soon as they wouldn't even kick you. They didn't think you worth kicking. But instead of worrying about what's going on here, you worrying about what's going on in Germany. Y'all understand the mindset People won't take care of their own, but they worried about what somebody doing on the other side of the world. Don't understand that. YouTube is on the other side of the world talking about what's going on here. Americans shooting themselves up. They over there stabbing each other up. What's the difference? Take care of your own home. Take care of your own land. Then worry about somebody else. Everybody trying to sneak over the border to come here. It can't be that bad. If you got your own land, you won't stand and fight and protect it. But you'll migrate and come here. It can't be that bad. Everybody trying to sneak in here. It can't be that bad. America is what you make it. You spend your time worrying about what somebody else doing and not taking care of what you looking at when you come out your door. I think it's stupid. You step over people in the gutter. Don't pay them a bit of mind. But you worrying about what somebody on the other side of the world doing. Why not do something for somebody you're stepping over? That you can see and touch and talk to. But no, you rather worry about what's going on someplace else in the world. If the people that was at that place on the other side of the world you're worrying about were taking care of their people, you wouldn't have to be worried about them. Let that marinate. How a man could live outside in a tent on property he don't own or don't pay no rent on and be there for 15 years and be proud of it. That shows you how sick people are, how they need help. But you see somebody trying to do something, see somebody trying to wake people up, you want to come tear them down. This is our religion day. You want to come in here and talk about True Freeman, Tommy Sotomayor. But we supposed to listen to you when it comes to Jesus and God. We supposed to take your opinion as valid. We supposed to take your word. St. Paul said that it's better for a person to be single and focus on his relationship with God than to be married. Because then you have to deal with another person, maybe some children, which could distract you. But he understands if you cannot control yourself, then get married. But don't let that mate distract you. So every time I hear a man coming here talking about how many girlfriends you got or this or that, St. Paul said they weak. It's in the New Testament. Go look it up. Somebody that's got to be involved in those kind of things, they are weak. Hey, Chung Lee, they're weak. That's why he wouldn't come up here on this panel, because he's weak. All he can do is leave smart comments. But the comments are not smart. They're not intelligent. They're ignorant and stupid and don't make no sense. But we showed you from the front, from the back, and sideways. Because I'm showing you the retards that are out there. The people that we know going to be the first ones that go in the France that think they're going elsewhere. This is the way, hey Liz, hey there. When they come by, we get to beat them up and show who the source is, who they listening to. We know. I don't know who this person got 1 million accounts and they just keep coming in here advertising the same thing and it ain't spelled the same every time. But ain't nobody paying them no mind. I'm not. I just block them when I see them. But I appreciate the views. They can hit the thumbs up when they come in if they like. But you got a lot of people that listen to what's said on social media. Here's that person again. Let me go ahead and get him out of here. Bye-bye. Go ahead and get him out of here. You ain't got no life. Whatever you advertising, I hope somebody buy something. Yeah, we on all 3 channels. I paid the StreamYard's bill today. So we broadcasting on 3 different channels. But from here, you say it's a distraction. I say it's a reminder. It's a reminder that these people are out there. And you think that they fall away from you. No, they ain't. And we not highlighting them. We just beating them up. Maybe they'll wake up. Some people you can't be nice to. You had to just come hit them. That dude didn't say one thing intelligent in 2 days. Not one thing that was intelligent. Yeah, it's some kind of bot. Like I said, don't take nothing to block them. Eventually, they'll run out of counts. They'll run out of counts eventually. Hold on. Chunk said she sent a video last night. Wait a minute. We had to go back. Hold on, I'm looking for it. Amazon. No, we were looking for the Zapper. Nice Christmas tree. I didn't even notice that. Nice Christmas tree. Okay. Let me see real quick. You can. Hold on a second, y'all. I'm watching this video real quick. We don't need to hear it. Okay, everybody. Thank you, Chong Lee. I didn't notice that you sent me yesterday. Whatever y'all do not click on that link. Do not paste it and go see what it is. Okay? Apparently, it takes you to Adult Plus websites. But more importantly, it exposes your IP address. And they can get your credit card and banking information. So, if y'all see that bot pop up, get rid of it. If anybody knows how I can go into the settings and get rid of that bot, please let me know. But it says it bypasses the spam filters. So while somebody trying to make us worry about getting microchips in the vaccine, somebody is actually Chris Cuomo was fired from CNN for assisting his brother with his assaults. Well, I think we made our points. Let me let's go see if we can get into some action here.
Just after midnight Saturday morning, gunfire erupts underground the 125th Street subway station on a number 4 train. A double shooting left police officers on scene for hours.
It's very scary and it's very serious about the violence. I really don't like violence, and the violence should stop right away, like right now.
Subway rider Christian Tome was near the station at the time of the shooting. Police say it started when two victims got into an argument with a suspect on the platform of the southbound 4 train. When the train arrived, the 3 people involved got on board. That's when police say the suspect opened fire on the 2 victims before fleeing the train at the next station. The victims are expected to survive. One person was shot in both arms and a leg, the other shot in the stomach.
Send prayers to the families, the best way we could do this, let's stop this violence out here. It's not worth it.
125th Street Station is a very busy spot for both commuters and residents. The city has been trying to crack down on violence, including shootings that's been plaguing the city. This early morning violence rattling riders no choice but to take the subway.
Now that this stuff is actually starting to happen now, it's crazy. You get on the train now, you don't know if you're going to get stabbed, or you don't know if something like this is going to happen where unfortunately somebody's going to get shot. I mean,
okay, Tony, we can do that right now. Turn the video in.
More than ever.
Police say the victims are not cooperating with the investigation. If you have any information, you're being asked to contact Crime Stoppers as police continue to search for the gunman. In East Harlem, I'm Rebecca Solomon, Pix 11 News.
All righty. It was saying 2 different things. Hold on. Let's go to YouTube Studio. And amen. So did we go to settings? Community. Okay, block words. Okay. We can block links. Wait a minute. How do you add something? Wait a minute. Oh, scroll down. Okay. Do y'all remember what they were saying? Hey, Ava, does anybody remember what the bots were saying? Wait a minute. Hold on a sec, y'all. Let me see if I can come in and let me mute that. It's already muted. Good. Let me see if I can find it. Well, where are they? There it is. Yeah, that's how you. Okay, that's how you do it. All right. Now it was another one. They said, hold on. So they're gonna have to change what they do now. Okay. Let me see if I can find another one. Is that V8? It's so small. I think it's V8WR. Okay. Okay. And save. Trim off segment. More copyrights. Trim. Okay, that's the same video. So how many of them is it? It's 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So 3, 4, 5. All right. Get to the next one. Fixed. Get to the next one. Trim out segment. Scroll down. Continue. Trim. All right. How many more? You got 1, 2, 3, 4. God darn. It's still 4 more. So we got to go 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right. Fixed. I got to stop naming them videos that. No, okay. That was right. So go ahead to 15. Fixed. 16. Fixed. 17. Fixed. But the copyright is off though. 18. Fixed. 19. Fixed. 20. Fixed. 21. Fixed. 22. Fixed. 23. Fixed. 24. Fixed. 25. Fixed. God darn. 26. Fixed. If I fix them, why are they still sitting here? Why don't you get rid of them? Fixed. Okay, we fixed that. Fixed. 30. Fixed. 31. Fixed. 32. This is tiresome. I got rid of that video. Why are they still there? I don't understand. But anyway, let's go to content. Now, hold on. Liz had a good idea. Let me go to live. Select all. Monetization. Apply. My monetization keep getting knocked off every day. I don't know why. I wish I could find out about that. What? So y'all see, we're not making out no money on our videos. Okay. Scroll down. All right, do we still got it? Yeah. Let me see if I can paste it to be sure, just like you said. Yep. Copy. Come back. Paste. I hit it right. No, that's a different one. No, it ain't. Yes, it is. They got a different one. Hey, thank you, Liz. Copy. Okay, we got that one already. We got that one already, right? Mhm. Get that one too. Did I get that one? Yeah, we got that one. Okay. Trying to see if there's any of them I forgot. I think we got that one already, but yeah, I think we got them. All right. Just save. Oh Lord. All right. Oh, Neil. Well, thank you, Neil. Is there anybody here that's not, anyone of them that's not blocked? What about this one? Okay. This one blocked? Yeah, I already said it was blocked. It's right under it. That was blocked. Oops. I almost blocked Youngin. My bad. Okay. That was blocked. That was blocked. That was blocked. So make sure they always block. All right. That's a good point, Liz. Damn, I thought we were done. All right, hold on. We gotta go back. All right. They gonna get you, Liz. Because I hadn't even thought about that. Community. All right, let's go back. Yeah, we gotta do this again. Oh, Jesus. That's okay. Give me that one. Copy. Paste. All right, go back. So we got the VARW. Actually, this is what I should have done. Give me another window. All right, take us to the studio. Settings. Community. In fact, can I just copy them all? Copy all. There you go. Copy all. Now come back here and paste. There you go. And save. Okay. Now, e-bike life while disabled. There you go. Go to settings. Block words. That's okay. We ain't got no block word there. We gonna have some now. Wait a minute. And we still got them, right? Yep. Save. All righty, we can close that. And which one is which? Hold on. Wait a minute. I don't know which one is which. So close both of them. Uh-oh. Okay, we're back. All right. So we took our stuff out too. So how did they come back? Oh, that's a new one. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me go to the other show right now. Whoever this is need to get a life. All right. Now we got to find out what channel they on. Hey, what are you doing? I think we already got that. Oh, it's not. We got this. Okay. All right. I don't know how we forgot that one. That's my bad. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second, y'all. This is ridiculous. Copy y'all. Wait a minute. It is here. Wait a minute. That's not the right one then. Here we go. Save. Okay. Now that's e-bike life by disabled. Which account? Now see, Butterduck e-bike life's not on here. Why am I not saying it? Oh, come on, man. You killing me with this crap. Yes, it's me. Two-step verification sucks. All right. Go to settings. All right, done. The computer in the bedroom, I didn't turn it off. That's going off. All right, hold on. Yeah. Look at that, y'all. Paste it in. There we go. All right. Those are the channels that we use. All right. And how many channels we got open now? We got 3 of them open. So you can close that one. Okay. Now bring us back here. You can close that. And okay. All righty, y'all. It was a headache, but I think we got all 3 of the channels. The other ones we're not using, so I ain't gonna worry about them. They ain't gonna be able to get nothing. All right. What channel are we on now? Switch that back. Go back to the message channel. We down to 1,020 subscribers. The devil trying to slowly bring us back down. He trying to slowly bring us back down. He really is. Well, let's see if we see any more. All right, let's get back to the show. Sorry about that, y'all. Apparently, we caught the attention of somebody with a bot company. Well, basically, we pissed the devil off tonight, and we constantly pissing him off. And there you go. He don't want me to tell you the truth. I don't know how sending bots is going to stop me from telling you the truth. But just like Nia said earlier, a distraction to get us off the topic that we was on. Saturday is the true Sabbath. And all the commandments, God made a seal with that one commandment that you are to observe the Sabbath in honor of him. It is a day to worship him. And you can't rationalize it, talk it away. I feel that God really didn't mean it. I don't think God mind if we do it on Sunday. You can't excuse it away. Liz volunteered to do the research today. Thank you, Liz. On the vaccine. I focused on the Sabbath day. Why? Because people constantly ask, why do we have the sermon on Saturday? Because Saturday is the day of rest, not Sunday. Now, that article had a lot of things you can go look up. I put it on the screen for you. Some of them were from Catholics themselves. Telling you. Yeah, we moved it. And if you want to stay in the swing, you better move it too. Could that be the sign? You don't move to Sunday. You're not going to be able to do business. But we've proven that we don't have the technology yet to do what the people are saying about them putting the vaccine chips. We don't have the technology to do it yet. Let's get to the news. This is an attempted. Police said this man tried to rape a woman. Well, anybody know him? There he is. Oh, y'all can't see it. Oh, no. Hold on a sec. My bad, y'all. I had so many windows open. Give me 1 second here. All right, can y'all see it now? Yes, you can. All right. Get a good look at this guy. He's an attempted rapist. It happened on 3rd in the lobby of a building near Shore Parkway and 13th Street in Coney Island. The victim was able to fight him off. Police went to help in finding him. Boy, when they catch him, he ain't got no help. He ain't got no hope. When they catch him, he ain't got no hope. Uh-oh, Chung Lee, one of your moves here.
Police need help tracking down this man and woman they say attacked a person in Harlem. Investigators say the woman sprayed the victim in the face with an unknown substance, and the man hit him in the arm with a black stick. This was November 13th around 1:40 in the afternoon on Adam Clayton Powell near 130th Street. The 39-year-old victim refused medical attention. No other details are being released right now, but if you recognize the man or woman in this video, call NYPD's Crime Stoppers hotline. That phone number is 1-800-577-TIPS. Katie Johnston for CBSN, New York.
Hey, be close to them, man. Before you knock something over. I'm tired of talking to you. Looks like that lady was using the wasp spray. All right, hold on a second. Yeah, it was the E-Bike Life channel. The E-Bike Life channel didn't have anything on it. It's on there now. All right, so give me a second here. Let me turn on the phone. We got 11 people watching. Cool. Tony said the wasp spray worked. That big man having that pipe worked too. That's what I say. Have something to spray and have something to swing. No, you don't need to do that. What you need to do is go to. What are you doing? Doing what you want to do. No. No. Wait a minute. Okay, that's the minister channel. Here we go with the cheating. That's the second biggest channel. I can't find it on the Butter Dirt. The second biggest channel. I can't find it on the Butter Dirt. You just gonna keep cheating, ain't you? Thank you. All right, so Chung Lee is over here on all right. So Chung Lee's on the Bubba Derek E-Bike Life channel. Come on over here on the Minister channel with us. Uh-oh. Shooting caught on video. Let's
Right
get
now,
it.
police are looking for the people who shot an 18-year-old while he was working at his family's Brooklyn deli. The video is from 6 Saturday evening inside M&M Grocery in East Flatbush. The two people police are looking for walk over to the counter and talk to the 18-year-old. And then as they're starting to walk away, he comes from behind the counter. One of the suspects pulls a gun and shoots him. The 18-year-old was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. His 15-year-old brother was also at the store at the time, but wasn't injured. If you recognize the two people in this video, call NYPD's Crime Stoppers hotline at 1-800-577-TIPS. Katie Johnston for CBSN, New York.
That's daggone shame. You got people that got a business and can't even let their children run a store. No news today. Did we see this already?
New at 5, a robbery caught on camera inside a barber shop, and police say this case serves as an important reminder to people selling goods online. News 4's Mark Santia joining us from the Morrisania section of the Bronx with that story. Mark.
And Jen, with the holidays right around the corner, some people may be looking to meet folks on social media, online, and sell items. This is a case of seller beware. A violent robbery inside a busy Bronx barber shop. The gunman even firing a shot through the wall to make sure everyone knows he means business.
could have easily shot or possibly killed somebody over an exchange on Facebook Marketplace.
Police say this is the robber before he went into the barbershop. The victims selling jewelry. They tell us off camera they first met the robber on social media. They decided to set up the sale at a busy location during daylight hours. They never imagined this would have happened.
They did do everything right. They had it at their barbershop. It's a public place. There's surveillance cameras. They felt very comfortable.
Lieutenant Michael Verbrugge, who heads up the 4-8 detective squad, suggests a police precinct as a better place for anyone looking
What noise
for
y'all talking
street
about?
goods.
You have the opportunity to go to your local police precinct. You don't have to go inside. You can stand outside. There's always somebody there. We're open 24 hours a day, 365.
And as the lieutenant said, you can also see here at the 4-8 precinct, very well lit outside. This is the case at all precincts across the city, as well as police stations across the tri-state, all very well lit outside the stations. Now, as far as that robbery in the Bronx barbershop, if you recognize the person in that video, police want to hear from you. A reward is being offered. You can remain anonymous. We're live in the Morris Santia section of the Bronx. I'm Mark Santia, News 4 New York.
Well, the news show is popping up, boy.
A 17-year-old was taken into police custody in downtown Brooklyn today, accused of bringing a gun to school. Happened just before noon at the Urban Assembly School for Law and Justice. According to the school safety union, when the boy came in late to school, a secretary spotted what was suspected to be a firearm in his book bag. Police were called and took the teen into custody. Authorities say they also found $30,000 in cash on the student. Charges are pending tonight.
Who that little boy doing with all that money? Well, we know what he was doing. Well, at least he out of school. Do we really care about this? Ah, go ahead.
Now, as we wait for James and Jennifer Crumbley to be placed under arrest, we are speaking to a Florida woman who says she knows them quite well. She is telling 7 Action News that the Crumbleys, along with their son Ethan, deserve maximum punishments for any and all of their roles in the tragedy at Oxford High School. 7 Action News reporter Kimberly Craig has more on what she had to say.
We're learning more about James and Jennifer.
I don't hear
Crumbley,
nothing.
A woman who
It's
has
quiet
an
here.
18-year-old son with him. Michelle Cobb says he left them strapped for cash and struggling to make ends meet.
He's a piece of he really is. The whole time of my son growing, my son is 18 years old now. And you know, I cried the moment he turned 18 because I thought all of this hell is over as far as dealing with my son's father.
And the father of her 18-year-old son, Eli, is James Crumbley. James is also Ethan's father. And Michelle Cobb says it was Jennifer Crumbley who made her son's life unbearable when he would visit his dad and half-brother Ethan. She says it was Jennifer who ran the show.
Jennifer was a monster. She could do no wrong, and she was right about everything.
Prosecutors say it was Jennifer Crumbley who posted the picture of the pistol on Instagram, writing "Mom in Sunday," testing out his new Christmas present.
They pretty much gave him whatever he wanted.
Cobb says while James and Jennifer gave Ethan whatever he wanted, it was a hopeless struggle to get James to pay even $67 a week in child support when he was making 6 figures.
My son is 6'3" and 240 pounds. Do you know how much $67 a week pays?
More than ever, she's thankful Eli left the Crumbleys' Oxford home right before the start of the pandemic. And Eli says he never even saw any guns when he was here.
The first thing that came to my mind when all of this happened was how thankful that I was that my son was not there.
Cobb says she's heartbroken for the families whose children were killed and those injured. And she says Ethan and his parents must be held accountable for their roles in the tragedy.
I hope they get the maximum, honestly.
Kimberly Craig, 7 Action News.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, well, that gives us some insight into the families of the boy that shot the kids at the school. Y'all say that y'all hear squeaking. I don't hear anything. And I'm wearing the headphones. Do y'all still hear it? That's 2 weeks ago. Did we see this?
Right now at 5:30, an 18-year-old in Brooklyn is shot while trying to make a living. Good evening. I'm Christine Johnson.
Welcome back. I'm Maurice Dubois. Tonight we're hearing from the father of the teenager who was gunned down inside the family-run bodega.
Zaid
they're the same one we just saw.
is fighting for his life tonight as police search for the man who shot him in the head. CBS 2's Jessica Moore reports now from East Flatbush.
New surveillance video shows the moment 18-year-old Zaid Muthana was gunned down in cold blood inside his father's bodega Saturday night.
So I want to talk about my
Oh, we just saw
son,
this.
Zaid. You know, he's a good
Sorry, yeah.
Zaid's father, Fahd, fought back tears as he told us his oldest son just went into surgery to remove the bullet still lodged inside his head.
He's doing bad, fighting for his life, you know, in the hospital. The bullet is still in him, but
Hurry back, Nia.
you know, he'll be good.
Moments before the shooting, you see the suspect and his accomplice appear to walk off with an.
Oh, so we already saw
Muthana
that.
goes
My
after
bad.
him. The gunman shoots.
My bad.
Dozens of cars with bogus paper license plates are seized by the police in Harlem. New York City Sheriff's Office and the NYPD teamed up for the bust. Using license plate readers, officers spotted 54 vehicles with counterfeit plates. 3 loaded guns were also found. Summonses were issued to the car owners.
Well, now you know where all the cars are going. People being carjacked, I think. Oh, let's try this then. Any good news? Uh-oh.
Omicron is spreading. The variant now detected in at least 10 states, including right here in Maryland. Tonight, scientists in South Africa, where this strain was first discovered, believe it's twice as contagious as the Delta variant. Welcome to WJZ News at 11, and of course to all of those of you who are streaming tonight. I'm Vic Carter.
And I'm Rick Britter. Now, here in our state, we know there are 3 confirmed cases. As we've been telling you, experts said it was only a matter of time, really. But the good news is Maryland has been getting ready for this. They're urging everyone not to panic.
We have live team coverage tonight, breaking down everything you need to know. We begin with Annie Rose Ramos with details on those first 3 cases. Annie Rose.
And Rick and Vic, 2 of those cases are from the same household. One of them is vaccinated, the other is not. And one of the 2 recently traveled to South Africa. Now, there is a 3rd case that is unrelated, and that person is also vaccinated. But what's important here is that none of them are in the hospital. the Omicron variant reaches Maryland.
I'm not terribly concerned. I trust that the vaccines are working.
For the Bettle family, it means keeping up safety precautions a little bit longer.
They ain't got no mask on.
My sons are both vaccinated.
I'm going to get my COVID shot after I'm 5.
With Omicron, we will wait until they're fully vaccinated before we change any of that behavior.
With the 3 confirmed cases Friday, all in the Baltimore region, health experts say it was only a matter of time.
It's no surprise at all that it's in Maryland. The only troubling part is the lack of data that we have.
The Omicron variant is not something unexpected, and we here in Maryland are prepared to deal with it.
Governor Hogan attributing the quick detection of the variant to the state's aggressive surveillance system. Days ago, he announced new partnerships to help with sequencing and finding those with the variant.
The state entered into agreements with both Johns Hopkins and the University of Maryland to more than double our already aggressive real-time variant surveillance.
The governor also announced free rapid testing at BWI, all to help stop the spread of the Omicron.
The WHO and
this person is desperate. I've never seen nobody so desperate in my life. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I mean, seriously. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Okay, it's on the E-Bike Life channel. This person ought to be ashamed of themselves. I mean, seriously. Switch account. E-Bike Life while disabled. Wait a minute. I don't see it. Switch account. For the Derek E-Bike Life. Switch account. Hold on a second, y'all. We having a problem here. So why don't I see it? Okay, do y'all still hear that sound? All right, let me look at the settings for the audio. Hello, hello, hello. Y'all still hear it? All right, let me close the windows I got open. Maybe that's it. Y'all still hear it? All right, do y'all still hear the sound? All right, y'all. I got one of each of the channels showing. So technically, it's 7 people here. I have 3 phones here on the deck, one for each channel now. And on the e-bike Why Disabled channel, I looked down at the phone and I saw it was another bot. But I went to each channel individually. I couldn't find the bot. So apparently, they've changed to another wording So letting you know, bot makers, I'm waiting for you to do it again so I can copy it and put it on the block list. So try it again. Come on. I'm waiting on you. Come on. It's way at the top. There it is. It's on all 3 channels.
Hey, Beanie.
Hello. How you doing, dear?
I'm hanging in there. I'm trying not to cough. But it sounded like Dabby was on her treadmill tonight. I mean, it squeaks. It was squeak. It might be a wire connection, is what I'm thinking.
No, she was laying. She was on the floor.
I know. I made a joke. Dabby's on her treadmill. You know. How
No,
you
what I
doing
did
tonight?
was, I'm doing pretty good. What I did was I went into the audio settings of the StreamYard and adjusted them. Then I went into the audio settings of the computer.
Okay, to get rid of those bots, what you need to do is in that video it tells you how to stop it. You know how you can stop certain words for being said in the chat? You know the place
Yes.
and you're okay, well you got to go to it and type that whatever that V is and stuff. You got to type that and the banned words part. And no matter what bot it comes in on, if they're typing, it'll be blocked.
Okay. Now, well, we did that live, but they came up with a new word, but I can't clip it nowhere. You know, I can't copy it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, if you copy it, then you can just go to each channel and paste it in the box. But
Yeah.
that last one, I didn't see it on the big screen. Like right now, you know, I'm looking at myself, I'm looking at you, and then I'm looking at the chat. And whenever I type something, all 3 channels pop up, right? But it
Yeah.
didn't show up. It didn't show up on the main screen. It showed up on the phone. So then I looked at what channel the phone was on, and
Mhm.
then I went to that channel, and I couldn't see it. I could see it on the phone,
Well,
but I
if
couldn't
it's
see
a
it on the TV.
person, if it's a person and they're not targeting you, they might have blocked you where you can't see it, hoping somebody in the chat might hit it. So it's a good thing you're letting people know nobody hit whatever that word is because they're hackers. The
Yep.
heads up. So they might not want you to see it because they want your audience to see it. So they could have blocked you from, because you can block, you could be in somebody's chat and block them as from seeing accounts. So, I know it's kind of weird, but it's the truth. You can block the host from seeing you.
It is weird. So do you have any comments about tonight's show? And I apologize to you because you sent me that link and I didn't see it. And nice
Oh,
Christmas tree. I didn't see that
thank
either.
you. Thank you, BD. I just like listening. I've been in and out because of doing things, but I have to come by and say hi. Your show is good, BD. Just hang in there, You have a good show, you have good people in your chat. You have people that come every day, anytime you're live, and that says a lot about you. So hang in there, Just do your thing. Don't let nobody stop you.
I'm going to keep on. I'm not going to let the devil distract me. But man, he working hard and caught on.
Oh, I know the feeling. I had something happen to me today, but I'll talk to you about it later, man. I tell you, the devil does work hard, you know. You got
He
to
don't
stomp
never
him
quit.
out. Got to stomp him out. You ever heard that saying, stomp out the devil?
Now, I was really upset about what happened with the because the people took my daggone money and they ain't sending nothing, and I'm ready to fight about that, but ain't nothing I can do about it except
Who?
the people that they're supposed to been sending the daggone surrender. I'm ready to go bop somebody in the head. Gonna steal my money.
Well, you know, sometimes it takes a couple of days for it to come back. I mean, you said you couldn't find it earlier.
Wait a minute, now it's back. What the hell?
What's that?
The surrender.
Oh,
What the?
that is
What's going
weird.
on here?
That's weird.
Wait a minute now. What's going on here? Hold on, I can show you. Can y'all see that on your screen? You can
Wow.
see it's back. How is it back?
I don't know, BD.
Well, let's do the tracking.
They haven't sent it yet, have they?
No, a tracking number is provided. Wait a minute.
Oh, so they've already sent it.
Wait a minute, but they had canceled it.
But let me tell you, I ordered something through these through I don't go through eBay at all anymore. I got they you know, had some scammers on there get me for something, and I went to eBay asking for my money back. They wouldn't give me my money back, and I said, "Bump this. I'm never buying nothing through eBay no more."
All right, it says label created, not in system. So hold on a second. So I was on Chrome earlier today. Wait a minute now, and on the phone. So that's really weird. I mean, I'm just saying something ain't right. You know what I mean? Something ain't right. But hold on a second. Give them benefit of the doubt. You know, give them benefit of the doubt.
Well, did you go ahead and cancel it?
Wait a minute. I actually I didn't see a place to cancel it. I don't know what's going on with eBay nowadays. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see here. My eBay should pop right there. It is my eBay purchase history. And now we have to we have to change, stop screen sharing, and then screen share again.
Oh, I hear the squeaking again. Can you hear it? See, I was on my phone earlier, so I came upstairs and put my headset on to make sure it wasn't my phone. But it sounds like Dabby's doing treadmill again. Now I don't hear it. It's like that's why I think it's a wire connection. Yep, I just heard it again.
See? Look, it's not showing up.
That's weird. Yeah.
Y'all can see that, right?
Yep.
Now you know.
Go to like the return and canceled orders. Maybe it might be there.
Okay. Hold on. Wait a minute. We on Chrome, right? Go back to Chrome.
But do you have any speakers hooked up to your computer, BD?
No.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out where that sound's coming from.
Unless the headset going up.
I mean, it could be the wire like connecting, you know, to the headset itself. I mean, it just sounds like like birds or something, like a chirping, squeaking noise, but it's not all the time.
I hope not, because I just swapped out.
Yeah, Liz, I stopped using eBay when I mean they got me for like $50-something, and they said that it was delivered, but it wasn't delivered to my house because I didn't get it. And you know, I'm like, and I went straight to eBay to the seller and they were like, well, we sent it. Just because they sent it don't mean I got it, you know. And they didn't give me my money back, so that's why I was done with eBay after that.
But hold on, let me go to purchase history again.
I hear the squeaking again, BD. Now it stopped. It's crazy.
Hold on, something.
There, it's back.
Wait a minute. I see something. Okay, I can't tell if is that you or I'm trying to hear. Is it like somebody moving something around?
Yeah, it sounds like a water bottle, a treadmill, birds chirping. It sounds like something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like a squeaking noise. It's crazy. That's why I made the joke. Dabby must be on the treadmill because it sounds like little hamster wheel turning. That's what it reminds me of, a hamster wheel. Needs some oil.
This is crazy. Well, I ordered the kitty litter for Davey.
Mhm.
That was on November 17th. And you know that I ordered the device for the bathroom, right?
Yeah, but see,
And there go the speakers. So where is the surrender? It's not here.
but it was just there a while ago. That's weird.
But this is Chrome, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, if I close the Chrome, right? Now, and I come
Mhm.
back and share screen, and I bring back, and we hit, you can see my eBay. It's right there on the Brave. What's up with that?
Wow. Well, you need to go ahead and cancel it while you can, BD. While you see it. You might not see it later.
It says it's been shipped.
Oh, well,
So it's hard to cancel once they ship it. Yeah.
no, you can't. You might as well stick with it now.
But isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's
On
insane.
Chrome, it's not showing up.
Hmm.
But on Brave, the Brave browser, now we use the Brave browser because it doesn't have commercials. When you go on YouTube, I
Yeah.
already know. Please don't tell me that you already got the YouTube Premium, whatever, and you don't get commercials. Go ahead, you're gonna say it.
I do have it.
I knew you was gonna say that.
Yeah.
I knew you was gonna say that. All right, hold on a second. We got somebody. I think Vax is MOTB. What?
What's that, BD?
I don't know what that stands for.
I think that anybody that comes in there with any kind of weird names,
Matt
or
T is the
or
name.
not in the conversation, because you got some weird things going on. You might need to just like time them out or block them, because especially after what we found out about bots. I mean, they probably just mindless bots, but you got to be safe. You got to protect your people. Us.
Revelation 18:23, and the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee, for thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. The word sorcery in Greek means pharmakia. Its obvious mark of the beast is something that is pharmaceutical. Would you like to call in and let's debate this? Because you saying the mark of the beast is pharmaceutical. The mark of the beast ain't got nothing to do with a medicine. The mark of the beast is in your mind. If you following the devil, you got the mark of the beast. It's in your mind. And when they say your hand, when you use your hand to do sinful things, that is a mark of the beast.
And just like your tongue is a sword.
If you sign a check for a hitman to go kill somebody, you use your hand to sign that check. If you press the button for a bomb to go blow up some innocent people, you use your hand. If you use your hand to strangle somebody, to slap somebody, to punch somebody, if you use your hands to molest somebody, you are showing that you belong to the beast. Who is the beast?
Who are you talking to, BD? Are they on another channel or something?
Yes, they are on the e-bike life
Oh,
channel, and they
so
just
you,
they rambling on, and it's not, they're not saying nothing dangerous, crazy, but it's just that they're just rambling on about stuff, and come up here on the panel and explain to us instead of
well,
rambling on. That's all I'm saying.
well, I'll step down. I was just coming up to say hi, BD, and to let you know that it sounded like a loose wire or something. I was just trying to come up and help.
So do you still hear it?
No.
All right. Somehow somebody was still able to get in because I see another one, but how are they doing it?
Well, they're mindless bots. They're soulless bots. They don't have a body, BD, so they're computer generated. So, what you need to do is just put the words they're saying as blocked words into how you
I
you
did.
block, yeah,
I put
the
it in
same.
all. I put it in all three channels.
Well, maybe they're typing it a little different. Maybe something maybe they're changing it up.
But like I say, I'm looking and I'm looking at all three channels on the phone, and I don't. Okay, and I see it. Okay, and which channel was this? The Brother Derek e-bike life. So that was on the Brother Derek e-bike life. But I went and I put the blocks in. That's why I tell you the devil always working. So that means that person was working on how they was able to send it again.
Right. So it might just be a person trolling. Maybe they seen the same video or something. Somebody with a lot of time, but they're just like the bots, they're mindless. Or it could be a bot, just learning how to work it since you're blocking it. But I seen especially after I seen it in the chat last night, I seen more videos today that popped up on my YouTube about it. More than one person saying they're back, so it must be a problem. They leave comments too. So, and they said the only way to really stop them is to block that V thing, they say. So that's what that video I sent you, that's what it said to do, was to block the
Well,
words.
I glanced at it with the volume down. I glanced at it, but I couldn't watch it. I'm gonna watch it when we get off of here. I'm sorry, I didn't notice it.
Yeah, I
I
was
was
telling you everything that I'm telling you now last night in the chat, because I just seen it come in and I'm like, what is this? And so I went to find it myself, but I didn't click on it. I just did some research. You know how I am. I just do research. And I found the video.
so I'm wondering what they're gonna come back with. I'm serious. I wonder what they're gonna come back with, because it seems like they ain't got nothing better to do, whether it's a computer generated or whether it's and I noticed people been leaving comments on my videos. They be like 3, 4 in the morning.
Is it good comments? I mean,
Matt T just said Devok in Hebrew means to be possessed by a demon. What is Devok spelled backwards? Just one of them people that ain't got nothing better to do to sit around and find stupid stuff like that.
well, it's just somebody that wants to debate, but they won't hit the link to debate you. They'll debate you in
You
the chat.
say what does Devok mean? But how is Devok spelled in Aramaic? How is it spelled in Greek? How is it spelled in Latin? How is it spelled in English? How is it spelled in Portuguese? How is it spelled in German? How is it spelled in Italy? How is it spelled in Denmark? I just named you about 10 different languages.
Matt, I wasn't talking about you being a bot. I was talking about a different situation being and it being bots, not you. But I think I know who you are anyway. But I'll talk to BD on the backside about that. I'm just not gonna pay you no mind.
You one of those people that come in with something simple like that and try and get everybody all worked up. COVID ain't got nothing to do, because here's the fact. If you want to go to school, and we all had to do it, you had to get the polio shot. You had to get the smallpox shot. And all the other little childhood diseases, so the kids wouldn't go infect each other. So why is that different than somebody getting a COVID shot? So they're going to go infect each other. Why is that different than somebody getting a flu shot? If the SARS break out and they come out with a SARS vaccine, is that going to be the Illuminati trying to get control of the world? These wackos come up with these theories. Take that energy and try to fix the real problems in the world. But no, you don't want to do that. But you like to make up problems. Won't deal with the real issues. Fact of the matter is, if you're not walking with Jesus and God, you're going in the pit. Pure and simple. We ain't got to glossy it up. We ain't got to dress it up. It's this or that. If you want to keep doing what you're doing, you want to keep sleeping around, you want to keep getting high, you want to keep cheating people, you want to keep doing evil things, you want to keep messing with the little children, you want to go around raping women, you want to keep men sleeping with men and women sleeping with, you want to keep doing that stuff, you are separate from God. No vaccine can make you do those things. You have to do them.
I mean, I'm seeing what he's writing in the comic section now, and you know, a lot of people do learn things on YouTube, and I mean, I don't know what you know or what, but I don't think the mark of the beast is the COVID, and I don't think it's the shot. And I think BD might be on something. It might be in the minds of the people because you poisoned because if you really want to get into a different way of thinking, people are like a beehive mind. You get one person thinking one way, and then all these little groups break off and they start thinking like that. That's where you get cult thinking.
All right, hold on, John Lee. Listen to this. This is from Matt T. Luke 10:18, and I beheld Satan fall like a lightning from heaven. Lightning from heaven in Hebrew is pronounced as Barack Obama.
And I seen that in a YouTube video years and years ago. I mean, that person's kind of late on that one. Barack's not even in office anymore.
All right, hold on. Since Matt T know the Bible so well, let's ask him this: if the J sound didn't come around until the Swiss put it in the Geneva Bible in 1558, I believe, how, when you pick the Bible up, you read the word Jew in the Old Testament, thousands of years before Christ was even born, and then the sound wasn't made until 1,500 years after that. How do you explain that you sitting here seeing Jew and Jewish in the Bible when I'm asking? Now you talk about these things. What is Jewish in Hebrew, since you're a Hebrew expert?
But if you really want to get technical, if he really wants to get technical, I mean, he's not writing in Hebrew, so even the text he just wrote in the chat is wrong because it's not in Hebrew. So therefore, text could get all bottled up in, things translate into different texts in different languages. So what might be in the English language might be different in the Hebrew language. So that also messes up the meanings of the different quotes and the different you know different books in the Bible because of dialects.
And that's why we have so many different versions of the Bible, because people are going to go to the one that allows them to keep doing the sinful things they want to do. They'll take the
Well,
translation and make
people's
it.
gonna make excuses for bad behavior, and that's what they do. BD, we're all sinners, right?
All of us are, because we came from Adam. Adam and Eve brought the sin into the world, and we all got it. We all got it. But Jesus came to give his perfect body in the place of Adam's body. And so he's able to use that perfect body, use that perfect blood to wash away our evil sins. If you are not, I imagine like this, back then the men wore robes or dresses, you might say. They called them robes, but you look at the men, they're wearing dresses. So imagine a dress that's pure white. If you have been washed through the blood of Jesus, if you let him in and let him cleanse you, your robe is white. If you're not, your robe is bloody. God will not look at somebody whose robe or body is bloody, that's full of sin, that's evil. So when people say they walking with God and then they go kill somebody, they walking with God and they go kill somebody, they go rape somebody, they go steal from somebody. That person is lying to you and lying to themselves. And that's the truth. And you can talk about vaccines and you can talk about all kinds of stuff and try to go find little things to go, but don't nothing stop that. It's an either or situation. God hates sin. And if you love sin, then you hate God, because that's what God hates. So how
But
could God?
hate the sin and love the sinner, BD.
And that's why he gives us the opportunity to have Jesus come in and wash away the sin.
Yeah.
But but you're going to sin again. And so you need to be in constant contact with Jesus so that he can keep re-washing you from the sin. Because you're going to keep, you try not to sin, but like be honest. When you were growing up, didn't somebody come up to you, an older relative, and say, "Hey, we gonna go to the party. How do I look?" And they got this big moo, and you look a hot mess, but you say, "Yeah, you look good." Well, you just sinned because you lied to him. As small as that was.
Well, is a sin being because sometimes it's if you're trying to build somebody up, right? And they might just be giving their opinion. Maybe that person does think it looks good on them. You might not think it does, but the person that they're asking might say, "Hey, this person does look good in it." So that everybody's opinions are different. So what you consider might be a lie might not be a lie to the person.
But see, what comes in is that when that person leaves, you need to say, "Jesus, I just sinned. I told that person something that wasn't true. Please wash it clean." And let him do his job. But if you just let it linger, it like lingers in you. Whether it's big or small, it lingers in you. And like I say, when God look down, he don't see you because you got that sin on you.
But BD, you're supposed to pray every night and ask God for forgiveness for the whole day. That's why praying is important.
Most people don't do that.
Well, see,
That's what's wrong. That's what we need to
right?
do.
So
They need to pray and ask for forgiveness of any sins you've done today. Everybody sins. It's
Yeah.
different levels of sin, but everybody sins, and nobody is perfect. Only
Right.
Eve, Adam, and Jesus was perfect. And Adam and Eve messed up and brought sin into the world. When they brought sin into the world, they put a divider between themselves and God. And as we start to say to ourselves, well, I know that's right, but I don't want to do that. I know that I stole her money, but you know what? I need me some new shoes. I ain't giving it back. That's a choice you make. And
Right.
when you do that, you say, hey, God, the heck with you. That's what you say. Put on you, God. I want these shoes. When you start to put the what I want to do, not what you want me to do, not what you made me to do, put on you, God. I'm going to do what I want to do. That's when you become separate. I have told people so many times, and they think I'm retarded for saying it or crazy, but I keep telling them, whoever the first person that you sleep with, that's your mate for life. Unless that person dies, that's your mate. Marriage wasn't no ceremony where you exchanged rings and had a big white dress on. That's something that man made. That ain't got nothing to do with the ceremony of marriage. But people, don't want to hear it. They want to. They want to do it.
Another bot come in the chat with that V word again. Everybody, whatever you do, do not look it up. Do not click on it.
All right, you know what channel it's on?
It's I'm in your back chat.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Private and comment.
Hold on.
You
okay? I see where it is. And let me go. Vark Tech. I thought I already took that out, but hold on. Let's go back in.
They spaced it or something. I don't know.
Hold on.
Bots are working overtime though. I guess it's holiday season. They're trying to get their hacks in.
Well, you know what they say. Devil never stop working. All right, so let's go to my channel. Let me bring everybody in. Hold on. Don't go nowhere, John. You're just gonna be a little smaller. Just hang on a sec. Wait a minute. There we go. Can everybody see that? All right. Now let's go. Wait a minute. Let's mute that. All right. We'll wait for the chat to pop up. Go to top chat, live chat. Now see, I don't see it. All right, so they're not here.
The squeaking's back, BD, but they might be in your. I mean, it has to be in your comments because your private chat is your private chat. So I'm reading off the StreamYard's comments. So wherever Matt T is, that's where I'm reading the comments.
Okay.
Not saying any that Matt T has anything to do with it. I'm not saying that.
Wait a minute. Let's check eBack Life by Disabled.
But I agree with you, Matt T, what you said about like they could have walked with God but fell away. That happens to people, they'll for different reasons too. I mean, people fall away from God for different reasons.
Okay.
So I agree with that statement.
Now I can finally get copy. All right, now go in the YouTube studio. All right, now I was finally able to find one, and I copied it. So let me come to community and scroll down to Black Words, and let's see. And I'm going to enter it. I'm going to paste it in. Now, is that the same thing we already seen? Nope. V8WR, VSF, VASK, VAWR, VAWR, yeah. I don't see a VARK.
There's multiple ones though, Beatty.
Okay.
When you watch that video, you'll see there's multiple ones. And the person that made the video that I gave you, he shows you his, and his is like that too. He's got multiple of them. That
Okay.
squeaking is back. I don't know what that squeaking is though.
All right, so that's Minister Buttergard. So let's go here, go to community, and let's see if because it seems like it's different. Now, let me paste it in. And you see it's VARK.tech. There's VAWR, VASK, VASF, VARW, and V the letter, the number 8 WR. So you're right, they have different ones. So let's save that. And that's going to take care of that. And now we got to go to Butter Darky Back Life. Let's go there. And let's enter that same one into there. Community. So the devil once again got us to stop talking about Jesus and God. Now you can look, y'all can see that on your screen. V8WR.tech, VASF, VASK, VAWR, and VARK is the new one. So let's save it. And so now he got to find another one. You got to do another one now, baby. You got to do another one. He's working. We not working. It ain't work to just copy that and put it in there. But he got to go set up a whole new account with that name, and that's boring. So have fun. That's all I can say to him. I mean, you wanted it that bad. Have fun with it.
You don't hear that squeaking at all?
Nope.
Well, I mean, it'll probably be in your playback later, so you can go back and listen to it and maybe try to figure it out. Because I've been trying to figure it out since it's been happening.
I might bring, but I do know that you keep coming in and out.
Well, I put myself on mute sometimes, so, and I'm having trouble with my headset, so. But I heard it on my phone earlier. I didn't even have and other people heard it, so I know it's not related to my headset.
Okay.
Or because I was on my phone downstairs listening to you, and I heard it, and I was typing.
I'm gonna take the headphones off. I'm gonna turn the volume up. I got one of the phones right here.
It's happening.
I might bring, but I do know that you keep coming in and out.
Well, I put myself on mute sometimes, so, and I'm having trouble with my headset, so. But I heard it on my phone earlier. I didn't even have and other people heard it, so I know it's not related to my headset.
Okay.
Or because I was on my phone downstairs listening to you, and I heard it, and I was typing.
I'm gonna take the headphones off. I got one of the phones right here.
I don't hear it now, but I mean when you can also see your chat later. So go back later, you know what I'm saying, and look at the chat when we're all starting to tell you, and you'll probably be able to hear
Omicron is
it.
spreading. The variant now detected in at least 10 states, including right here in Maryland. Tonight, scientists in South Africa, where this strain was first discovered, believe it's twice as contagious as the Delta variant. Welcome to WJC News at 11, and of course to all of those viewers streaming tonight. I'm Vic Carter.
And I'm Rick Ritter. Now, here in our state, we know there are 3 confirmed cases. As we've been telling you, experts said it was only.
Yeah.
Really, the good news is Maryland has been getting ready for this.
I used the phone and I went back.
Yeah, I'd never heard it before on your show, and you said one time, "What is that?" So I thought you heard it. There's multiple multiple ones, so Dee. When you watch that video, you'll see
Oh,
there's multiple.
yeah, I did it right there. Is that it? That should have.
It sounds like sometimes. I mean, it sounds like birds or something. It sounds like that's why I said squeaking. Sounds like like you know your cat's on the treadmill and it needs oil.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to see here. Is that what you talking about? Hello?
I don't hear nothing.
Okay.
It came in and out, and then it come back, and then it was really weird. I've never heard your show do that. That's why, I was saying something to you because I know you would want to know.
All right. Well, I unplugged that, so I don't think the camera will be causing
But
that.
but I have a question. I know you have bottles that you drink out. If they are they by your feet? Are you moving them around? Could that be the sound? Because thinking about it, it sounds like squeaking bottles, or you know what I'm saying, or a
Well,
loose
I
wire.
got my haterade, but that's to the side. But
Oh, okay.
hold on a second. But I am standing, and Davey got her fat butt over here. You think? But those wires, they go to the phone. They're not on the computer. The only thing connected to the computer is the wire that the only thing connected to the computer is the wire that's for the headphones.
Hmm.
That's why I'm asking. Do you think it's
I mean, it could be, but I mean, it sounded like like interference, like it sounded like to me like it sounded like a loose wire to a speaker. It could be your headset because you don't hear it all the time.
this dude is steadily babbling on? I mean,
No, he's just doing numerology with letters and you know.
sir, you got all this conspiracy stuff. Tell us something solid. I mean, anybody can sit around for hours and try to make something make sense, but give us something that we can work with. Explain to me, how do you get to God without going through Jesus first? How you expect to go to paradise without going through Jesus first? When we
But
die, the spirit leaves the body and the body just rots. So, how does a vaccine, what the vaccine got to do? Because your spirit gonna leave the body gonna rot. If there is something in the vaccine, it's gonna be left in the body. What they got to do with you having a relationship with Jesus? So when it's time for the rapture and he come back for the people that he know, he's not coming for actual flesh. He's coming for the spirits that he know. The spirit is what he's coming after. Vaccine does not affect the spirit.
hey, brother Derek, did you watch that video of the Valley of Death the other day that I sent you?
Yeah, but you said that's where hell was. It didn't say.
No, they're explaining during when people were worshiping Baal or whatever his name is that they think that was devil, and they could look down and see that they were making child sacrifices in that field that they said that they don't have anything going on, because all the graves are up on the hill because the Jewish people are supposed to look down on the hill. And back then in the day, you got to realize that probably was hell that they were looking at watching kids, because back then people could do what they want, different religions, and they were actually making child sacrifices in that part of the video where no land was, and Jesus himself supposedly walked through there, and they explained it in the video. But it was just a video. I just thought that part in the video was interesting.
They said that David, when he was on the run from Saul, he walked through there, and that's why he mentioned the Valley of Death.
Yeah, but that part of the land where there's no graves, that used to be on fire, and that's where they used to do the child sacrificing at to Baal. So yeah, I guess they would consider it to be hell because it's on fire. People are yelling and screaming. I mean, you gotta that's where it came from, is all I'm saying. I mean, you gotta think. Uh Screaming, people being tortured, that would be hell.
People keep talking about Jesus's name, and in Aramaic, his name was Joshua, and it says Joshua in some of the Bibles, right? But you know that Joshua was Jesus's name, and you know that Joshua, that Moses, because he broke the tablets, Moses wasn't allowed to go to the new land. So Joshua became the leader, right? And he led the people into the land of milk and honey. Now, don't you find it strange that when Jesus came back, he had that same name, and he's going to be leading the people into paradise.
Hmm.
In the same way, Saul was the first king, but Saint Paul, when he was identifying as a Roman citizen, he killed more Christians than anybody. And when Jesus blinded him on the road and converted him, Jesus named him Paul. His name was Saul. Nobody never focuses on that. But also, I will say to you that we also know that there were two Simons in the 12 disciples. But one Simon, Jesus renamed Peter. And so there's a Simon, and then there's a Simon Peter. Simon Peter became the leader of the church, and Jesus changed his name. A lot of people don't understand the Bible seems to repeat itself. The same way that Abraham is the father. He's the father of the Israelites, right?
Mm-hmm.
His wife was 80 years old and she hadn't born a child, right? But God gave her a child. Fast forward again, right? Fast forward again. Elizabeth and Zechariah. I hope I got his name right. I believe it's Zechariah. And there's a prophet named Zechariah. But this was a high priest. His wife was old and didn't bear any children. He didn't believe when the angel told him, your wife is going to bear you a son, and it's going to be the son that's going to make the way for the Messiah to come. He laughed at him, and guess what? He said, you can't speak until for 9 months he couldn't speak, and that was John the Baptist. And then you fast forward again, and the person that wrote the most introspective gospel, and we're going to start on it Wednesday, is John. You don't notice how you can see by the names. It seems like the people that they chose seem to have certain names. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I mean, back then there probably, wasn't a lot to choose from, but even their names weren't really the same in Hebrew. You know, everything changed in the text when they translated it. And sometime like the Bible verses a change on different websites. I've noticed that. Uh I watched a YouTuber. This YouTuber, he's a very popular YouTube, but something was on a grave and something was said in a Reddit. And he went and did the meanings of the I can't remember, but he went to, to look up the saying in the Bible. He looked up three different websites and it said three different things.
All right. Matt T says you have to go through Jesus first. Yes, he said our body is a temple of God. Don't defile the temple of God. I agree with you, but we have a nature, and our nature is sinful. You know, when you was in school and you was in class and you were doing your work, and the person behind you would shoot spitballs at you, or somebody would run up behind you and slap you in the back of the neck and run back to that seat for the teacher to look up. What makes people do those things? There's a voice in their head, and when you listen to it, you do the stupidest stuff. And as soon as you catch them and you ask them, why did you do that? But I don't know. You know why you did it. You know why you did it. And for that moment, you're ashamed of why you did it. But as soon as you get away from authority and you get out there on the playground, yeah, I popped him in the back of the neck. He lucky I ain't hit him harder. You know what I mean? Yeah. Why do
Yeah,
we listen to the voice in our head when we know it's telling us something stupid?
that's a good question, BD. I mean, people are people, you know. Sinners are sinners, and forgive the sinner and hate the sin.
And see, that phrase that you said is correct, but it also gives them a way out.
No,
If they know you're going to forgive them, then they should go ahead and do it, right?
no, you can hate somebody's sin and forgive them. And if you know what I'm saying, that I'm saying in the Bible it says to forgive, BD.
I didn't say you shouldn't, but I said it doesn't give. See, this is the
But
part.
you also got to remember how society is, okay? Just because I said that, when somebody does sin, people have a tendency to outcast people for sin. So no, it's not a way out, BD. If you think about it, not the way the society works. I mean, that's why people are, you know, there's people that's been what is it called? They're the when they're tossed out their families or groups, or you know what I'm saying? What's the word I'm looking for?
What you saying when you excommunicate people?
Yeah, I mean people do that in our everyday life for sins. I mean, and they're not forgiven. People hold it over their head for what? Forever?
No, you shouldn't hold it over their head. But I'm saying,
Liz got it. Liz got it. It's shunned. People shun people every day, and even in America they do it. So it's they do it to family members. How many family members that, the rest of the family won't have nothing to do with them because of their sin, or sometimes families are just families, and I'm not saying one person's wrong, but you know how it is. Families can hate on other family members just for different reasons. Sometimes it is sin, though.
I can tell you, you can love people, but sometimes their behavior makes you want to avoid them. You can still love the person, but the behavior.
Yep, gets back to the sin, hate the sin.
But that doesn't mean that you can't love them. If you see them in
Right.
trouble, doesn't mean you
Forgive.
can't help them. But if
Right.
they drag you down, at some point you got to realize this person doesn't want the help. I can't help you. You don't want it. And until that person hits rock bottom, they're not gonna want the help. They're gonna keep doing what they're doing.
I agree.
And if they hurt your spiritual way of life, you got to separate yourself from them. But leave the door open for them to come back. If you happen to run across them, stop, spend time with them, and see, hey, what you been up to? Have you been getting your life together? I would love to, welcome you back. But if they still are they're so intent on doing the destructive behavior that standing next to them could get you shot.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Standing next to them could have your family kidnapped. Well, we can't get him, but we got you, and we saw you with him, so we know you know him. You have to use your level of discernment. Always leave the door open, but they got to make the changes to be worthy of coming through the door.
I agree with that. I do.
Tyrone Jackson says, to achieve world government, it is necessary to remove from the minds of men their individualism, loyalty to family traditions, national patriotism, and religious dogmas. Brock Adams of the United Nations. He continues, he said, the use of fetal tissue from elective abortions is commonplace in the pharmaceutical industry and in medical research. The NCBI literature resources. Matt T says, some people will try to exploit your forgiveness. That's why you got to have a level of discernment. I mean, let's say somebody is a drug addict and they keep coming in your house and taking your valuables, and you keep letting them do it, but now it's to the point that you can't even pay your rent, you can't pay your light, but they're just stealing so much, and you keep trying to replace it. And now it ain't just they sold all your stuff. So now
BD, you know what would happen with me? I'll be honest. You know what would happen? The wasp spray would have come out a long time ago. The baseball bat would have been next, and it would have been it would have been on them to come back, because that's when they would have been shunned a
but not even
long
5 minutes
time ago.
ago, you said you got to forgive.
I do forgive them, but it don't mean I they have to be around me, BD.
So you should keep letting them come in there and stay. It's not right.
No. That's different,
Right.
BD.
But that's why I said you gotta have a level of discernment.
Right. I agree with that, but I'm just saying, you're talking about somebody coming in my house taking things. That's you know, I'm talking about like little stuff, but yeah, big stuff it could be that way too. I get it, but you know, there's got to be a level to it. You're exactly right. I mean, if you're going to come in my house and take things, maybe once or twice. There's a story. I broke 3 ribs one time, right? And it was an Easter morning. I just got done hiding Easter eggs for the kids, and I I fell and I broke 3 ribs. Well, somebody, a neighbor came over and his girlfriend, and I thought they were coming there to see if I was okay. Dude went straight to my refrigerator, started taking stuff out my refrigerator. I said, what in the hell? Excuse my language. What the heck are you doing? I went over there, and now I have 3 broke ribs, mind you. And he had a bag that he put my meat in, and I ripped that bag. A pork tenderloin fell down on the floor. I picked it up, and now it's frozen. I started beating him upside his head with that pork tenderloin. Gotta forgive me later for it, though. He should have been stealing from me, you know? And then I told him to get out. And I forgave him later for it, but he'll never take no meat from me no more. He got beat up with a pork tenderloin.
Matty says, my family has shunned me. I fell into some bad sins. I've repented. But since I don't go to the same kind of church as them, I'm still shunned. Is there any way you can invite them to meet at a neutral church? Maybe one Sunday, like every 3 months, y'all go meet at a neutral church? And
That, you know, some people, that's my headset there. I apologize, Speedy. But you know, some people are just closed-minded when it comes to uh other family members too, and with church and religion, because you know, there's some people are just set in their ways and they'll never change, especially when it comes to different uh churches. And just be strong. And I hope you get, you know, you're going to get through it with them or without it. You just, you know, you got to find a common bridge, something that will bring you back together other than religion. So, I
yeah,
don't,
I know what you mean. I grew up in and we had a family church, but like I said, the stuff that they believed, I know is incorrect. I know it's incorrect, and it will be hard to go worship with them when I know that they're gonna try to bring me back into that. You understand what I'm saying? I know they're gonna try to bring me back into it, and that's what keeps me away. I know that they're gonna try to bring me back and try to get me to get back into a certain lifestyle, and it's not productive. And with me, I don't know. Every day is valuable, and I don't want to get pulled down, and then it'd be too late. You know, when you can't get back up. I'm trying to see my little girl again. You know,
well, I believe you will, BD. So, and we talked about that on the back end now,
the way
haven't
it
we?
is, yes, the way the world is right now, it doesn't even make sense to try to have another one. I know that there's a perfect one that's waiting for me to go see. If I try to have another one, how do I keep her from getting corrupted? I mean,
Well,
all I'm going to do is spend my time coming in and out of jail, having all these cases, and there's a whole bunch of fighting with the government, local, city, and state, because, be honest with you, the father don't have the power like a mother does. And it's true, and I've experienced it.
see,
The,
I've experienced, I mean, women do have power, but men are the backbone of a family.
the first
Normally.
30 days of my child life, I spent trying to get custody of her. Finally, after failing 3 times, I finally had to give up and let this woman move in with me just so I could see my own daughter.
Wow.
If I hadn't have done it and she had died, I would have not known her. But at least I had that 20 days. Actually, it was 19. At least I had that 19 days. So I didn't even get the full 40 because I had to let. Well, I had no choice. The police came and let the mother and the child leave. What was I supposed to do? Shoot the police?
I mean, you can't keep them there. That would be kidnapping, you know. I mean, but I think
You
that you
said
should
keep them
have.
there. I didn't want the mother there, but I wanted my daughter.
Right. I know
But
what you're saying.
but you know, they would say, hey, the child belonged with the mother. Now nowadays it might be a little easier, but back
No,
then,
I mean, yeah, it'd probably be a little bit easier today, but now they make you go through like when you're fighting for custody of children, they make you like go through credit checks and all kind of loops and boundaries. But look at the world we're living in. So I don't understand the credit check part, but uh, joint custody would have probably been a little easier for you these days. But it's still, the way the system is not right to either party really, because the state's going to get their money regardless.
they so like I say, it would when I see the young girls today, and I imagine what that was what she was born in the December of '96. So you take 97,
She would have been 25,
and
right?
I probably would have been fighting with her every day.
You don't know that. I
You don't
mean,
need
she
to,
could.
what are you putting that mess on your head for? Why are you getting a tattoo?
No, she could have been like, "Hey, Dad, I'm gonna
Why
take
are you
care
trying
of
to get the
you.
club?
Hey, Dad, how you doing today, Dad?" You don't know. You really don't know how you can't project the way she could have been on how other people are. That's not fair to her and her spirit, BD.
So, but the point is,
She could have went to school, made straight A's.
we never got to that point because
But you can't say you would know how she is when she didn't make it that far. You could only hope for the best because, with you as a father, I believe she would have been a good girl. You could have talked sense in her. She could have went to high school every day. She might have not missed a day. She might have done things the right way. So what if she wore a little weave on her head? As long as she went to school every day and made straight A's and went to college, you can't say that she would have been the opposite because you don't know. You can't say she was going to be the worst without thinking she was going to be the best because she's your daughter. That's the way you got to think. So you can't put that negativity on her and on her name like that, BD. That's not fair. Not even fair to you. What would that say if you're saying that your daughter would have been negative and y'all would have fought every day? You'll take that away from yourself. You would have been a good dad, BD.
you old fogey,
Well,
all
I'm
my
just
friends say
saying
you stuffy. You just I want to go out and shake my butt and twerk, and you telling me it's not
and,
ladylike, and
and she could have been the opposite. You don't know. You can't that's the unfortunate thing that happened. She didn't get to live her life, so you can't say that she'd be out there twerking and shaking her thing. She could have been hitting the books and going to the library every day. You don't know. You'll never know, and I'm sad for you that you'll never know.
I'm not sad because I know that she's going because she didn't live long enough to do anything wrong. To not go. That's the one thing. And so now it's just a fight. If I want to be reunited, I got to make sure that I'm right so that I can see her again.
Mhm.
19 days is not enough, but I'm grateful to have that 19 days. And she was really advanced for her age. I mean, if you held her up, she was trying to walk. She literally was trying to walk. She was trying to talk. And she was only 36 days old. I remember we was at a McDonald's and I was playing with her and I said, how you hold the child and let the feet be on the table. She was literally trying to stand up at 36 days old. So
See, see what I'm saying though? She was already ahead of herself. She's gonna be hitting those books and she was going to go to school every day. She was going to go to church on Sundays and whenever she could, or come to BD's church, Brother Derek's church. You can't. And she might have loved her daddy, and she might have, just don't, just don't, put no. I understand you said that,
Until
she's
I understood what it was. Yes, Nia. Until I
right.
understood
Not
what it was.
like me. I agree.
But I think of it like this. I think of it like she was accelerated because the time was so short.
But she's
So
your
I did at that
angel
time.
now, so she's got your back. Got to look at it like that. You have an angel watching, or you have a guardian angel watching over you. So she's always there with you. She always walks with you. So, and you're doing pretty good now, aren't you? So, I mean, you just can't say she would be, that just hurts my heart to say, well, you say she would been this bad and that bad and she would argue with you, but you can't say that because you don't, she didn't get there. I mean, all teenagers argue with their parents a little bit, okay?
I'm
But
not
you,
just basing it on that.
she could have
I'm
been
basing
the
it
opposite, though. My
on the women she
my
would have been around. The women she would have been around, it would have made
but
it very difficult to keep the hoochie out the mama.
but listen to me. She might not have been one. She might have never wanted to be with her mom. She might have come live with you. Say she might have left her mom and come live with you. You don't know. So that's what all I'm trying to say, BD. It just don't talk bad on her because she didn't get to live that life. And why put that negativity on her when she's resting in peace and when she's your guardian angel? Because I'm sure she's your guardian angel. So I'm sorry, everybody. My nose is BD. My nose is getting all clogged again. But yeah, I agree with Nia. Let her rest in peace. And when you talk about her, she's just your guardian angel, man. I'm sure you sense her all around you. So
Well, like I say, the last thing every night when I came home from work, I would go get her and I would wrap her in her blanket, and we would sit and we would watch TV, and I would play with her, and you know, and that's why I keep that blanket on the wall right there. That was the blanket I used to wrap her in every night.
that's my mic. Forgive me, BD, but I just want you to look back at your daughter and don't think of her. I mean, I understand that I wasn't there in your life. I don't know how you and mom was, but all I'm saying, you can't even judge her by her mother because she would have been her own person. Like I said, she might have been in a negative situation if she would have got older, but who's to say she would have said, "Hey, Dad, I'm coming to live with you. We're gonna make this work, me and you." And that could have been a possibility, BD. So don't ever. And she could have been a straight A student and went to college, graduated, took care of her daddy. So don't put that kind of negativity on her name like that.
Nia said you chose her. What role did you play? You're right, I did. It was a bad decision.
But we all make bad
But the
decisions.
woman came
Sally.
from but the woman came from good stock. I don't know what happened to her. She was married before, and the husband made good money. Her stepfather made good money, so it wasn't like she came from, a ghetto home. But it just seemed to me like she was more ghetto than somebody living in the project. But you didn't see it at first. She seemed proper, and but after you got in, You know what I mean? Then you started to see the stuff come out. You know what I mean? And then it was like, all right, well, let me get out of here. And then she turned up pregnant. I can't go nowhere now, damn. You know? So yeah, I had a big role. Nia's right. But that's why I see, even though, could I really have protected her like I would like to imagine? But when I see
I think
the rest
yes,
of,
I think you could have.
when I see the rest of the way that the other women
And I agree with you.
that
I
was
agree
around,
with you. People aren't stock,
how
BD.
they turned out. So
She
the only thing is, at least, I know for a fact that she made it. Did my mother make it? I don't know. Did my
she's
great
your
grandmother make it? I
she
don't
is
know.
your angel, and
Did my
she's your
great aunt Dorothy make it?
guardian angel. And
I
that's the
don't
way you
know.
got to think of it,
But
you know.
if they did, she got plenty of company. If they didn't, I worry.
Well,
And see, the fact that I'm saying to you that I'm wondering, that lets you know about the quality. You understand what I'm talking about? I have to wonder.
well, you know, uh, I like to believe, you know, as long as it's not like murder or hurting children, I believe God forgives. And I think God forgives for the little things in life. And I don't think he'll throw you in the pit of hell for the little shit. Now, for the big, excuse my language, everyone. But you know, for the like the things like murdering people and hurting little kids and stuff like that, I think that's what you go in the pit for, BD. And so I want to think of all those people that you're talking about are over there on the other side, and you got to think, you know, got to be positive with it sometime, you know.
But anyway, Nia says people are not stock. Seem like you chose her for the wrong reason. Actually, I won't go there.
But BB, I gotta go ahead and step down. I gotta take my medicine. I'm sure you can hear my voice. I can't hardly breathe. I hope I've done okay. I gotta get a new headset, everyone. So if my headset act up, I apologize. But BD, I appreciate you letting me come on here, and I'll be listening. I just gotta go take some medicine because I'm
Well,
starting
alrighty,
to
well,
feel bad
I
again.
appreciate you coming.
You're welcome. Anytime, anytime. And I'll see everyone in the chat. Peace, everyone. I'll talk to you later, BD.
All right, Sean, have a good one. Alrighty, y'all. That was Chung Lee. I'm sure y'all know her views are better than mine. Yeah. Y'all know who that is. All right. So we had a good I think we had a good show today. Oh, I didn't push the e-bikes. Let me do that real quick. It's gone. Oh, there it is. You always start with this one. Let's start with Bessie. Now I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm going to send this to the seller. Mud Duck has sent me something in the email, and I missed the email. I didn't see it. But I'm going to get on the seller because I want to know how he expected me to sell something that had that many problems with it. I'm really upset about that. That's something for another day. This is the Paselect PX5. This is the white version, but I prefer the black version. Okay? I think this is the best 500 watt e-bike out there. And if somebody got a problem with it, send me one of your e-bikes and let me run it through the paces. I run them hard. We got videos up. Y'all seen me ride this bike for 3 hours straight and it not hiccup, not give me a problem. We ain't rode all over the city. This bike ain't never gave me a problem. This is, in my opinion, the best 500 watt foldable that you can buy. And like I said, if electric want to come through here, add venting, rad power, anybody, bring your bike. I guarantee you. I don't care if you bring somebody that's only 150 pounds. Bessie will smoke it. How do I know? Because I was near 300 when I first got her. And that bike took me where I had to go. And that's the testimonial. And you ain't got to take my word for it. We got videos up. You can go on Minister Brother Derek E-Life. You can go on Brother Derek E-Bike Life. Or you can go on E-Bike Life While Disabled. There are videos of me riding this bike. And you don't see me have a problem. This bike is excellent, especially going uphill. Even the steepest hills. This bike don't complain. It doesn't complain at all. Now you get 20-inch, 4-inch wide fat tires. You get a 7-speed Shimano shifter. Yeah, it got a Mickey Mouse gear shifter on it. But this is the budget entry level. But it's the best budget entry level foldable I've ever seen. It comes with a rack, and it's dependable. I use it. It's a good rack. It holds my 3 pannier bags. Never had a problem. No matter what I put on there, it's good to go. It got front suspension and it's got seat post suspension. Now, seat post suspension is not as good as having full frame suspension, but this is a budget e-bike. Most e-bikes don't even give you rear suspension. Even the ones that cost $2,000 don't even give you rear suspension. So the fact that you get a seat post suspension and then got to go buy it, like the other popular brands, you have to go buy it. There's even a company that'll let you buy one from them for $93, but they won't give it to you on the bike. Don't understand it. But it seems like other companies don't want to give you rear suspension. So when you hit a pothole or hit some bumps, your behind got to feel it. What makes you uncomfortable and makes you want to get off the bike. I don't understand why they can't include it, but Paselect does. This got a 10.4 amp hour battery. It comes with fenders. Comes with a rack. Front suspension seat post. A black and white display. It folds. Can go in the back of your car, the back of your SUV. I think this is the best 500 watt e-bike that you can get. Let me get you the link for it in case anybody interested. You seen me ride on this thing. And like I said, it don't complain. Let me get you my coupon code. This is a Pasolect PX5. There's the link. Let me copy it real quick and paste it in the chat. There's the coupon code. Let me use capital letters. Now, we come back. Let me show you what you do with it. You can get you this good e-bike. I'm looking right at mine. You want, I can take a picture and show it to you. They asking $11.99 for this e-bike. If you use my coupon, I can get you this bike for $9.99. You're thinking about getting the e-bike and you want to try it out first. You don't want to spend too much money. Mechanical disc brakes is good enough for you. A 7-speed Shimano shifter is good enough. 20-inch, 4-inch wide tires. 10.4 amp hour battery. If this is what you're looking for a foldable. This is the best entry-level foldable you can get. I can get it for you for $9.99. $9.99. Now, I think the company's making an error. We'll get to that in a second. Now, this is the Pasolect PS6. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Here we go. This is the Pasolect PS6. Now, you're probably saying, that looks the same as the other bike. Well, it is. It's an upgrade. It comes in green, as you can see. Comes in army green. But I like the black. Some of y'all are saying, well, this looks just like the bike you just showed us. Well, it should. It's the upgrade. This is the upgrade. And I was incorrect. The bike I just showed you is Peter Brady. This is the Greg Brady. This is the king of the hill. This is the king of the foldables. What makes it the king of the foldables? But let me tell you why. For $9.99, you can get mechanical disc brakes. But this bike will give you hydraulic car-like brakes. The other bike I showed you for $9.99 has a 10.4 amp hour battery. This bike has a 12 amp hour battery. That's an upgrade. The bike I showed you before, it has a seat post suspension. This bike got full frame suspension, front and rear, covered. The bike I showed you before, it has a front and it has a rear headlight in the seat. You got to put batteries in. This bike has a light at the back you can see, and it's connected to the battery. And when you hit the brakes, it let all the other cars know you're slowing down. It lets all the other... Dave, will you stop? It lets all the other cars know that you're slowing down, which is a good safety hazard. This has a color display. It don't have the Mickey Mouse shifter. It's got the updated Shimano shifter. This bike has an 8-speed Altus, and Altus is the middle of the line Shimano. The Tourney is the entry level. This bike has the Shimano updated gear system. But what really separates, not all them premium features I told you about, what separates this bike from Bessie is it got a 750 watt motor that can peak at almost 1100. The PX5, the bike I showed you before, has a 500 watt motor that can peak between 750 and 800 watts. That's the difference. So if you want the power, you want the comfort of the hydraulic brakes, you want the comfort of the suspension, you want a bigger battery, you want a color display, and it also folds. This is the king of the foldables. So with all them features, it's not going to be $9.99. Well, let me see what I can do for you. Let me get you the link here. Let me get you the linky dink. This is the link to get the Pasolec PS6. The best foldable on the market, in my opinion. To get that power, almost 1,100 watts of power. Let me type in my coupon code so y'all can get a good deal. I'm trying to earn one of these. We don't do this for money. That's my coupon code, Butter Dark PS6. Go to buy now. Now they're asking $15.99. And guess what? This bike is every bit worth of $15.99. If I had $15.99, I'd be looking at one right now on my wall. I'm dead serious. If they give another stimulus check, I'm going to go buy one. Let me give you the link. Put my coupon code in, Butter Dark PS6. You can get this bike for $12.99. Foldable, 750 watt motor, full suspension, hydraulic car-like brakes, 12 amp hour battery, 8-speed Shimano Altus shifter, not a tourney, but an Altus shifter. 20-inch, 4-inch wide tires. And it folds. $12.99. You can't beat it. $12.99. I think it's the best deal that we got. Now, if you don't want a foldable and you want to be sporty, then let me take you and show you the lowest one that we have. You can see it comes in orange, it comes in green, and it comes in this silver. It's something sexy about this silver. They can't keep it in stock. Check out how sexy that bike is. That's just sexy. If you're a minimalist and you like a clean bike, not a bunch of wires or batteries, or people had to ask you, hey, is that an e-bike? Check this bike out. This is the entry level. This is the El Chapo. I can tell you right now, if you buy this bike right now, you're a fool. And I'll tell you why in a minute. But I'm still going to promote it. Because some people might want to save that $100. But I'm going to tell you why. Some people might not want to spend that $100. This bike has a 500 watt motor. It peaks at almost 800 watts. It's got a 7-speed Shimano shifter. It's got the Mickey Mouse joint on it. So you know it's entry level. It's color. It doesn't have a color display. It's black and white. It's got front suspension. It has no rear suspension. It got mechanical disc brakes. 13 amp hour battery. We call this our Cindy Brady, the Pasolec G9. I ain't gonna spend too much time on it because I think if you want this, then get it. There you go. Nice clean look. Let me give you the link. You know, some people want what they want, and hey, it's a beautiful bike. Let me take my coupon code in. Copy it. That's the link. Press select G9. There's my coupon code. Let me show you what you do with it. If you want this bike, scroll down. Hit buy it now. They asking $11.99 for this bike. I keep telling this guy he need to make this bike $9.99. He won't do it. But using my coupon code, I can get you that bike for $10.99. But this bike is not better than the PX5. It looks better. It looks good. But doesn't have any rear suspension. Doesn't have any fenders done. This is stylish. If you want to be stylish. But I'd rather get the foldable that's $9.99. But if you want the look, knock yourself out. But let me tell you why you be wasting your money. Why would you buy that bike when you can buy the sister, the Jan Brady? This is the Pastelec GS9. The one I told you before was the G9. This is the GS9. Look at her. First thing you notice, she got full suspension, and that's flex frame suspension. She got the same 13 amp hour battery, and they got the same tires, 27.5 inch, 2.8 inch wide tires. That's where the similarity stops. You get this bike, like I said, you get the full suspension. You get a color display. You get hydraulic car-like brakes. Instead of a 7-speed shifter, you get an 8-speed shifter. Comes in 2 colors. Comes in the orange and gray. And it also comes in green and black. That's black. That's not gray. This is black. I don't know why they got the lighting like that, but this is black. But check it out. This is the same bike with the premium features. Let me get you the link. I'm going to tell you why it's a better deal. This is the link for the Pastelec GS9. Let me type the coupon code in for you. That's my coupon code. Let me show you what you do with it. They asking $14.99. Put my coupon code in there. Bam, $11.99. $11.99. Now, Let's go back. They want $10.99 for this bike with the basic features. But you can get this bike for $11.99 with my coupon. $11.99. What do you get for the $11.99? You get the rear suspension. You can see that right there. Front and rear suspension. You get a color display. You get hydraulic car-like brakes. And you get an 8-speed shifter instead of a 7-speed shifter. Those are all upgrades. They only asking $100 more for this. Why would you get the other one? Why would you pay $10.99 and treat yourself? Treat yourself to this. Treat yourself to this beautiful bike. And I want y'all to take a look. Because this is all you need right here. This is all you need right here. You got a 500-watt motor that can peak at almost 800 watts. You got full suspension. You got a 13 amp hour battery. You got hydraulic car-like brakes. You got a color display. You got 27.5 inch, 2.8 inch wide tires. What more do you need? $11.99. You can't beat it. But if you want more, if you're a daredevil, it's got a 500-watt motor that peaks between 750 and 800 watts. But if you want more, this is a deal right here, $11.99. Okay? But if you want more, check this out. Because we showed you Cindy, we showed you Jan. Now it's time for the Marsha. This is the Pass Select GS9 Plus. I got one sitting right here. This is the Mother Load. This is the Mother Chode. Now, that $11.99 bike I just showed you can't go wrong with. Jan is great, but check out Marsha. Why do we call this the Marsha? If you can't tell, you blind. Look at those 26-inch, 4-inch wide tires. Just look at them. Wherever you go, this bike gonna stand out. Wherever you go, this bike gonna stand out. Just on that alone. But unlike Jan, this bike has a 9-speed shifter instead of an 8. Now, the frame looks familiar. The suspension looks the same. They both got hydraulic brakes. They both got color displays. And that's where the similarity ends. This is called the plus. What does plus mean? Plus means more, extra. Now, you already told you about the fat tires. Instead of a 13 amp hour battery, you get a 14.5 amp hour battery. Instead of the 8-speed Shimano shifter, you get a 9-speed. You get an updated color display. But what separates this bike from the other two siblings, what separates Marsha from Jan and Cindy, instead of having a 500-watt motor that peaks between 750 and 800, this has a 750-watt motor that peaks between 1,050 and 1,100. You got an e-bike that look this good, that don't look like an e-bike, but yet got 1,100 watts of peak power in it. This makes it the king of the hill. Having a 9-speed shifter. Having a 14.5 amp hour battery. Having a 26-inch, 4-inch wide fat tires like riding on pillows. An updated color display. 9-speed gearing system. This is the queen of the hill. Now, once again, if you want the premium features, you got to pay a little bit more. So let me get you the linky dink. That's the link for the GS9 Plus, the Pass Select GS9 Plus. Let me put my coupon in the chat. Let me copy it first. Oh, you got to stop. Oh. Hey. So there's the link, and there's my coupon code. Let me show you what you do with it. You're probably thinking with those premium features, now like I said, if you don't like the 26-inch 4-inch wide tires, the 27.5-inch 2.8-inch wide tires is good enough for you. If having a 500 watt versus a 750 watt motor doesn't mean anything to you, then get Jan for $11.99. Well, let me show you if you want to step up. You want to have the premium. You want to have the Mercedes-Benz of e-bikes. They asking $16.99. And for the features that I just told you about, that's a darn good price. But let me show you. Put my coupon in. You can get this bike for $14.99. So you can pay $11.99 with my coupon and get the GS9, get the Jan, or you can step up and get the fat tires. You can get the bigger battery. You can get the extra gear on the shifter. You can get the 750 watt motor that peak between 1050 and 1100 watts. I can't tell you what to get. But I showed you my coupons that I negotiated for y'all. Now, if we go to Google and I type in I type in 14, oops. Yeah, because I hit a dollar sign. Thank you. I just typed in at random. Let's go to shopping. Make it a little bit bigger. $16.99, no rear suspension. $12.99, no rear suspension. Look at the battery hanging out. That bike look heavy as I don't know what. It come with a rack though. No rear suspension. The Avington, look how heavy it is in the front. That battery look. No rear suspension. They want $18.99. Rad Rover, they want $15.99. No rear suspension. I like the step through though. Avington, $18.99. No rear suspension. That's $3,500. I ain't gonna look at that. No rear suspension, no rear suspension, no rear suspension. So we go look. People want you to pay all this money and don't want to give you no rear suspension. They want you to spend all that money and don't want to give you no rear suspension. except for Cindy, the G9, the bike I said don't get. Because for $100 more, you can get the red suspension and get the GS9. For $300 more, you can get the fat tires and get the red suspension and the 750 watt motor. But I gave y'all the links for all the e-bikes. Why you not buying them, I don't know. Why y'all not buying them, I have no idea. I don't. I, for the life of me, don't understand why y'all not buying the bikes. Is it something I'm doing wrong? Let me show you the Queen of the Hill. I put the kilometers on 100. That's 65 miles per hour. I don't know if she can do 65 miles per hour, but let's see. We're waiting for the light to change, and then we're going to gun it. Are they changing? Let's get it. Let's go, y'all. Can we beat it? We hit 36. We hit 36. Holy snap. We hit 36 twice. The light change. And then we're going to gun it. We're going to see it in real time. Let's get it. Let's go, y'all. Can your e-bike do this? Can we beat it? Get the Pedelec GS9 Plus. Get the Marshall, the Queen of the Hill. I'll be riding it. It's like riding in a jet airplane. We hit 36. We hit 36. Holy snap. We hit 36 twice. My helmet trying to come off my head. Going up. Yep. Oh, right there waiting on it. Bam! Kaboom! That light change. Car right there waiting on us. Yep, I would have tried it. Y'all have found me in the weeds. Look at me, 300 pounds. I knew it right in front of me. Hope you don't keep up. Look at my face. That says it all. That says it all. Look how I look when I'm riding it. That says it all. You could be having that fun too. And you see, I ride with the cars. We don't ride on the sidewalk unless we have to. I use these e-bikes like cars. To me, they're not toys. They're a way for me to get around. Matter of fact, I might go to the market tomorrow. And we going to the farther out market. Yes, we're going. I want my potato salad. And I hope that they got it. I don't know where to keep it at, but we're going out to the further market. We're going out to the, not the ghetto market, but we're going to the good market. Now, the Marshall they sent me, you just saw me riding it. We're going to take it out tomorrow. And we're going to go to the lawn market. So I hope y'all come with me. Now, we could take Bessie, the Pasolec PX5. Hold on a second. I don't know what back we on, but let's take a look.
Today, boy,
Look at
you
this
won't
van.
get no breaks. None. I mean, no.
I'd have ran right into the back of that van.
We don't get no breaks today. My God, darn. Do you hate me that much?
Now the light change. So this ain't a real speed test, but we'll do it anyway. We're going to Pasolec PX5. I can't see the elbow down. Can't see the elbow down. Oh, it is on. Wait a minute. We at 31. Loaded down with groceries.
Once again, red light. Can't do nothing with the red light.
Look at that car right there waiting to shut out.
Nothing with the red light. They're killing us. Red lights are killing.
That's the Marsha Brady. The G9 is the Cindy, the GS9 is the Jan, and Marsha is the queen of the hill. Are you serious? So, y'all can't see none of that for nothing. When I went on that ride, I rode all through East Baltimore. Why somebody didn't say something? For over 2 hours. We rode all over East Baltimore. I covered about 80%. I did all that for nothing. Of half of my city. I took 2 bike batteries and we went riding. We went on the trails. We went around a lake. I took you all the way down to the waterfront to where the city ended. And then we came back up. We did all that on 1 battery. Then we put the other battery in and rode around some more. The bike didn't hiccup not one time. Didn't whine not one time. It's the Pedelec e-bike, and we ran it full throttle the whole time. Very little pedal assist. We ran it full throttle the whole time. And I asked the question, is the Pedelec PX5, is it the best bike on the market? I'm asking the question, is the Pedelec PX5 the best e-bike on the market? Now, I didn't notice it because we only hit it for a second. And I'm riding the bike at them high speeds. But when we played it back, I realized that we hit 34 miles per hour. And I'm asking you other bike owners, you other bike companies, can your bike do this? Can your bike handle what I push the bike through? Can your bike handle it? I'm asking you. To you companies, if you think you can, contact me at Brodero, that's BRODERRO, the number 40 at gmail.com. I can give you my information and you can send me your bike to test. If you think your bike can handle my testing, send it and prove it. If not, you got to give it that this is the chance. The Pedelec PX5 would have to be the champ. I have an affiliate link for Ride One Up. Ride One Up. You want to send your limited? Or you want to send your 700 series? I can put your 700 series up against Bessie, the Pedelec PX5. I can put your limited edition up against our Marsha Brady, the Pedelec PS6. I represent both of you, but I only have Pedelec bikes to test. If somebody wants to send me their bike, Electric XP, Saunders, Aventon, Echo Trick, if you think your bike is better, come take the test. Let me test it. I'm not them people you see on YouTube that go ride in the park and go ride on the safe streets. No, we go out there and we get busy. We push the bike. We ain't gonna be la-dee-dee and doing 4 or 5 miles per hour riding on the sidewalk. We gonna push it. I just watched a video of a dude that has an aerial. I just applied to be a aerial rider affiliate. He got a 750 watt motor in the front and one in the back. And he going up and down his street. I turned the video off. He going up and down his little suburban street with no cars on it. That's not testing the bike. You got to take it out there on the road with cars, major roads, and push it. How's the braking? How does it handle the potholes at high speeds? And we carry 2 cameras. So we catch everything. You want your bike tested, send it to the new master. Send it to me. I got the time. I'm on disability. I got the time. I'll go out there and I will take your bike to the fullest limit. If you're confident in your bikes, bring it. I didn't notice this while we were doing the video. I didn't notice it. But hang on a sec. We're going to take a look. Because we got a 500 watt motor to hit 35 miles per hour. Now, if your bike can do that, then prove it. Post a video up, or somebody send me that bike, and we'll see. But let's take a look.
All right, y'all, here we go. Speed test. We're doing the speed test early. Somebody always got to get in the way. Every time we do the speed test, somebody always got to get in the way. Hey, behind you. Okay.
Oh, I hit the pause button. It didn't pause. Oh, you know you're wrong for that. You know you're wrong for that. I ain't gonna say nothing else.
Always got to get in the way. Hey, behind you. Okay.
There it is right there. 34 miles per hour. You notice that the speedometer that comes on the bike, it stopped at 30.6. But it stayed correct with the odometer the whole way until we approached 30.6. Is that a limit that they set? Because they stayed the same the whole way. I know somebody's going to say something about that, and you're going to get defeated. That's the Cool Nicks app from the Android Play Store. People use this app when their odometer break in their car. People use this app on their dirt bikes. Very highly rated app. Very accurate. For some reason, the speedometer stops at 30.6 on the bike. And you notice it stayed with it all the way up to 30.6, and then the odometer stopped. That's why we carry 2 odometers. We carry 2 cameras. We carry 2 odometers because we want to be beyond reproach. So when y'all start whining in the comment sections, you're going to get dissected. You're going to get cut up. But this is a 500 watt e-bike that peaks between 750 and 1,000 watts. And I'm asking you, can your bike do this? I'm just asking you, can your bike do this? If you can, post the video. and make sure it's in 360 so we can see the areas and we can see you riding it. Because, see, that's the one thing that we always cover. We cover our back. We cover our back. I don't know if y'all saw it before, so I'll show it again.
Then we can hit off.
And then I'll let you out of here.
I went into the settings and I put the kilometers on 100. That's 65 miles per hour. I don't know if she can do 65 miles per hour, but let's see. We waiting for the light to change. Yeah, we beat it.
Let's get it.
And we hit 36. We hit 36. Holy stuff. We hit 36 twice. My helmet trying to come off my head. Slowing up. Yep. Oh, right there waiting on it. Bam! Kaboom! That light change.
Let's see it in the rear. Like riding a jet.
And we hit 36. We hit 36. Holy stuff. We hit 36 twice. My helmet trying to come off my head. Slowing up. Yep. Oh, right there waiting on it. Bam! Kaboom! That light change. Car right there waiting on us.
Now, I showed you. Move, baby. I showed y'all both of the bikes that I have in my possession. The Pasolec PX5. My coupon to get to that bike for $9.99. $9.99. You saw me hit 34. Yeah, it was only a second, but still. I was 293 pounds. What will it do for you? Are you 293 pounds? Because if you're 150 pounds, you should be able to hit 39 on it. And it's only $9.99. Free shipping. No sales tax. It's $9.99. Have it to you within 7 days. If you got a little bit more money to spend and you like look, I showed you the other bike that I have. I can vouch for the two bikes that I have. Nobody won't send me one to test. Everybody's afraid. I don't know why. With all the radical testing I do, our views are terrible. So obviously people don't want to ride and use their bicycles as cars. They don't want to put the mobility scooter down. They don't want to put the power chair in the trash can and get out here and ride. The best part is when you go somewhere and you don't need it, find a rack, find a gate, find something firm and lock it up. That's what I do. When I go to the market, I ride to the market like a champ. Then I chain it up. When I go to the pharmacy, I ride to the pharmacy like a champ. Then I chain it up and go do what I got to do. When I go to the doctors, I chain it up. I ain't got to worry about no parking tickets. I ain't got to worry about it being stolen. I ain't got to worry about it being towed. I got 3 locks that I put on tire, frame, and back wheel. And on Bessie, we got 2 alarms. That's the bike I paid for with my stimulus. The other bike they sent me, she only get 1 alarm. I miss it if something ever happened to it, but I didn't pay for it, and I ain't gonna lie. But the one I paid for is the one I'm gonna value more. Because I could have done a lot with that money. But I got 2 e-bikes. Wish I had the PS6, but I got the PX5. And like I said, even though they didn't send me a good one, I still got a bike for free. A bike that I could never afford to pay for. So even though it ain't perfect, it ride. When it ride, it ride. I mean, people don't understand. You say to yourself, the PX5, the foldable, is more dependable. Wouldn't you take that out more? If I got a place with a lot of steep hills that I have to go to, I take the lesser bike. It don't have the fancy brakes. It don't have full suspension, just front suspension in the seat post. It don't have the 9 shifters. I don't shift gears anyway. It only got 7 instead of 9 shifters. It doesn't have a 13 amp hour battery, but I got a spare battery for it. I actually have 3 batteries that I can take on. But when it comes to riding comfort, them 26-inch, 4-inch wide fat tires beat the 20-inch. Having the full frame suspension, having front and rear full suspension, the seat post is okay. The seat post suspension is okay, but there ain't nothing like having. When you hit them bumps and you expect to hit that jolt, and you expect to jolt, and you don't jolt. In that video we were doing on the rockiest, when I say rockiest, that is the sorriest street that we were riding on. And you kept hearing me say, oh, look at this. I was expecting to be jolted to the ground. When I was on my 250 watt Swagtron, that street knocked me off the bike. That's how raggedy it is. But when I ride these 2 bikes, I feel it more on Bessie because she only got 20-inch wheels and she doesn't have frame suspension. She got a seat post suspension. I feel the bumps. When I'm on this bike, I don't even think about it. Matter of fact, I was riding yesterday and I hit the same bump that knocked me off the bike when I was riding. It wasn't the Swagtron. It was the first bike I had. It took 3 months for my elbow and knees to heal. That's how bad I was thrown off that bike. And being a diabetic, it takes us forever to heal. I had to look at those marks. Still there. I had to look at them for months. When I ride the Pasolec GS9 Plus, and I did yesterday, I went over the bump, and normally I'm looking for it. I was distracted by something else, and I hit it, and I was like, oh yeah. That's testimonial. If you don't believe me, I can show you. If y'all got a minute. If you don't believe me, I can show you. Wait a minute. Let me connect the camera. We didn't clear it, did we? No, we didn't clear it. Okay, cool. Hold on a sec. We had just cleared the speed test. Hold on a sec. Let's hit the road, Toad. This is the market. Here's the cover. I love my mitts. Waiting on me. All right, time for the wee moment. Can we say woo? Listen to that motor hum. $14.99. You can ride like this. $14.99. Pasolec GS9 Plus. Look at that steep incline. I'm 275 pounds. And I'm proud to say it. I'm 279 pounds. Look at that boy rocking. There go the police. There's the wagon. Somebody going to jail. I don't know why. Whenever you see the van or the wagon, you're going to need it. Somebody going to jail. They like the police at the corner store. I ain't never been in that store and never will go in it. You going side to side? I mean, I'm paddling.
Done. Actually. I'll mail something. So you get moving. Oh, Jesus. Damn. That's all right. We're gonna be there in a minute. Just hang on a second. She calling me. We going there next. We going there next, y'all. Let's go. Is that making it harder to pedal? That make it harder to pedal? Good night, Sean. How about that gear? Yes, supposedly they work in the snow, sand, ice. Yep. Now y'all notice we have a lot of stop signs, so it's very rare. If it ain't a stop sign, it's a stop light. It's very rare that you get to actually ride without no obstruction. I call those moments the we moments. And we about to have one as soon as this light change. We about to have a we moment. Here we go. Time for the we moment. Look at them 26-inch wide fat tires. Y'all see me out there with the cars. Green light, let's go.
See, we out there with the cars. That's our turn signal. Time for the wee moment. They don't ruin it. Here come the bump. Right there. Bang, you saw everything makes another one. Look at this road. I live in Baltimore. It depends on how heavy they are. It depends on how heavy they are. If you wanted to ride two people, this is my honest opinion. This is what I would do. If you're serious about riding two people, the both of you together should weigh 330 or less. I would get this bike. Amen. I'm dead serious. If you was gonna ride two people, you was gonna put a child back there or your girlfriend or whatever, I would get this bike. Matter of fact, I'm trying to earn this bike. Be honest with you. I would get this bike. It's got a 330-pound weight limit. It's got a 750-watt motor that can peak at almost 1100. A 12-amp-hour battery. It got hydraulic car-like brakes. I will get this bike. I will go on Amazon or eBay and get a seat cushion, put it on the rack, and I will get the foot pegs. You can buy foot pegs. They're not expensive. Probably spend $30 altogether. Get foot pegs. That person can sit back there while you in the front. Wouldn't be no problem. Just like you on a motorcycle. You know, and the woman hold her hands around your waist. Now, if you wanted, now this is my coupon to get you this bike for $12.99. Now you won't have the power, but I'm telling you, I got one, and it's a damn good bike. And let me show you. If you want to be cheap, get the Pasolec PS5. It comes in white and it comes in black. Put a cushion back there, put some foot pads on. At the same weight limit. The only difference is the power of the motor. Yes. I actually have the black version. We call her Bessie. Matter of fact, I can take a picture of it. Hold on. And while I'm taking a picture, I'm going to take a picture of Marsha too. All right. Go to Hangouts. Hope she don't mind me sending the pictures here just so I can show them to you. Okay. Hold on a sec. You know you're wrong for this, but I ain't gonna say nothing. Wait a minute, I don't see him. Hold on a second. Oh, they still uploading. All right, there we go. All right, it's showing them now. All right. Truth Nation says, how was I able to get that bike on a fixed income? You wasn't watching, was you? I told you. I used my stimulus. The $1,400 stimulus that we got. Hold on. I'll show you in a second. I can't afford these bikes. That's why I'm trying to earn them. You know what I'm saying? You can close that. Go to downloads. Open. Wait a minute. Stop screen sharing. Screen share. Can you see it on your screen? I just took this picture. This is Bessie, the Pasolec PX5. I ride this bike all over my city. Now, I paid for this with my stimulus money that we got. Us on disability, we didn't get it until mid-April. While I was buying this, I contacted the seller because there was somebody that had a bike called the NU, and I was looking at that because they had front suspension. I wasn't getting the Electric XP, the original. They didn't have. They didn't have any suspension. So I'm talking to them, and while we were talking,
I let him know that I run an e-bike channel and that I will be riding it, you know, doing my mobile lives. And he was like, well, if you make 2 videos for us about the bike and you leave 2 comments, we'll take some money off the bike. And then from there, it went to, if you promote them, if you people use your coupon, a month we'll give you a bike. So far, I think I've got 25 people to use my coupon from a bike company nobody never heard of. I think I did a pretty good job. I can't get the attention of the other bike companies though, because I would love to represent 4 or 5. I would love to have 4 or 5 bikes. I always have transportation. But right now, this is Bessie. And I'm telling you, the rack can hold up the 55 pounds. I would get a sturdier rack. But if your girl ain't that heavy, this might work. Put some foot pegs down here for her to put her feet on, and you good to go. Got a 500 watt motor that peaks at almost 800. But like I said, I would get the PF6 with the 750 watt motor that peaks. And they got a heavy duty rack. This rack is kind of thin, but it's the budget bike. You can get this for $9.99. Oh, you got to bring it back down. That's why. Now, this is the other bike that I have. This is the Marsha. Look at them fat tires. And you see, I made my own rack back there. See how I got tied on? I also put a seat cushion on there. Me and Bobcat Traction was looking at them, and I bought one for both bikes. And that's my pannier bags. That's the pannier bags. They hold the power banks to run the cameras and stuff with. And I rode this yesterday. So you see, I got a light there, a light there, a light here, a light here, and a light there. So we got 5 lights on the front, 5 of them. And like I said, when I put the rack on there and the seat cover, it made the bike look tacky. That's just my opinion, but it make it look tacky. Look at them fat tires, though. Everybody always asks me. Because see, when I had the pannier bags on there, you can't see nothing. It covers all that. And they can't see the motor. They always assume I got a regular bike. Can a 400 plus pound man ride that bike? What kind of shape is he in? Is the better question. If you don't have a weak heart like I do, and you got good legs, you can pedal anybody. But if you live in an area like I do with steep hills, if you get the PS6, you should be okay. If you get this bike, you should be okay. But if you got a lot of steep hills, I would get the PS6, like I said, because it takes more energy and more effort to turn these big tires than it does to turn those 20-inch tires. You understand what I'm saying to you? It takes more energy. It takes more effort to turn them big tires. That's why I say if you live in the hilly area, I would get this bike. But if you want to style and profile, and you don't mind pedaling on real steep hills, then get the GS9 Plus. That's a 750 watt motor. But I can tell you, the 500, the version that I have, the older version, it only got a 500 watt motor. And you seen me show the video of me doing, I hit 34 on it. And I was near 300. With downhill assisted, but still, I was able to make this bike, I was able to make it do 34. If I was on this, I know I could hit 40. This bike for hills, I think it's the best bike we offer. For hills and taking off, I think that's the best bike we offer. For racing downhill, this is the queen. And the only reason, she got all the features, but those 26-inch, 4-inch wide tires, they take more power to turn than they do the 20-inch. That's why I think the PS6 is better going uphill. But I gotta be honest with you. They didn't send me, remember, I paid for that bike over there. They sent me this for free. It came with problems. And I'm still working on it. But when it comes to fun, you know the difference between the two bikes, to be honest with you? It's like having a wife at home to take care of the kids, they're clean, keep your business affairs in order, manage the house, good in bed, it's okay. But some men gotta have a mistress for a little bit of excitement, for something different, for something out of the ordinary. That's what this bike is. When I ride this bike, I feel like I'm cheating on Bessie. Because Bessie only got C-post suspension. This bike has rear suspension. Bessie only got 20-inch, 4-inch wide tires. This has 26-inch, 4-inch wide tires. When I'm going uphill, the smaller tires have more torque going uphill. When I'm going downhill, this bike is crazy. And when you're going at them fast speeds, you don't feel like you're riding on air. It make a difference. The 9-speed shifter, I don't even use it. I keep it on the same thing all the time. I keep Bessie on 4, and I keep that one on 4. I keep both of them on 4. So a 4-speed shifter is good enough for me. But this bike that's on the screen now got a 14.5 amp hour battery. It lasts longer than Bessie's 10.4. But this battery got to turn them tires. Whereas Bessie don't. So that's why I say I got the best of both worlds. If I ever get another e-bike, I'm good. Because I got my dependable that handles almost every hill with no problem. We haven't had no problems anywhere we've gone. The bike they sent me, on the other hand, gets tired. And I've been able to do little things because I know they didn't send me a perfect bike. The bike you buy won't be like mine, but I didn't pay for it, so I can't complain. The man even asked me, why do you keep riding it? Because it's that damn good. The same way your ex, a man that's married for 20 years, you got a good wife there. Why do you cheat on her with that strumpet? Because she's exciting. And in the bedroom, she's that damn good. Some people think I'm crazy, but I'm not. I can explain. A lot of people can't explain. I can explain. It's like having, like I said, a wife and a mistress. I just got rid of something. Okay, it was that page. But like I said, this bike with my coupon $14.99. This bike, they both got the same 750 watt motor. They both got hydraulic brakes. This is $12.99. So for what you want to do, I think this is the better bike. But if you like this and you're willing to spend $200 more, then you can look and buy yourself a rack. You can buy yourself a rack. They have racks that hold up to 150 pounds. I don't know how big your girlfriend is, but you can buy a rack for this bike. But my own personal opinion, this is the better bike for what you want to do. Number one, it would be nice to have them fat tires, but that's more effort the motor got to do to turn them wheels. This only has 20-inch 4-inch wide tires. So the motor can focus on the extra weight. By the tires being smaller, it's going to have more torque. Why do you think people have them little tires on the mobility scooters? They have little tires on the mobility chairs. They have little tires on stand-up scooters. Why do you think the tires are little? The smaller the tire, the better the hill climbing torque you get. But also the smaller the tire, the bumpier the ride. So you got to make a decision. The mountain bike got a bigger battery, but the mountain bike got to turn them big tires. The mountain bike is going to do better in riding in the snow and sand. But going uphill, this bike going to do better because it got more torque. I keep saying torque, and maybe y'all don't understand what torque means. But I give you a fast example. If you had to take a nut, like say right here on this bike, say you had to take the nut off of this back wheel here. You use your hands, you can't do it. You don't have enough torque to get it off. If you wanted to hammer a nail into a wall, if you use your fist, you can't do it. You'll hurt your hand. You don't have enough torque to make the nail go into the wall. But if you get a hammer, having that hammer gives you more power. Torque is power. When you're trying to get that nut off the wheel, if you got a wrench, that wrench or a pair of pliers, they give you the added power to get it off. That's what torque is. Torque is a level of power. The smaller the wheel, the more torque you have, the more climbing ability you have. But the smaller the wheel, the more bumpy the ride is. And I can tell you, them stand-up scooters, I'm scared of them. You know why? I live in a city full of potholes. And all you got to do is hit one pothole, and that thing going to throw you off, and you're going to be on your face. Throw you right in front of a daggone car to get run over, or a bus. No, thank you. That's why I don't like those scooters. The wheels are too small. The ride is too bumpy. And if you hit a pothole, I can tell you right now, you can use these bikes. When I come to a big pothole or a big, I see it's raggedy, I always lift the front tire up a little bit. Just give it a little pull, and it's no problem. But when I tried that, when I was on the Swagtron, shoot, I almost fell on my face. So the tires make a difference. That's why if you notice on a lot of the smaller bikes, they put the wheel in they'll have a 12 or 14 in the front, and they'll have between an 8 and a 12 in the back, just for that extra torque. You know? Yes, I have. I think it happened on the live stream. I fell a couple times. I've never been a bike rider. For those of y'all, we on 3 different channels right now. For those of y'all on the other channel, I'm talking to OMG. I fell off the bike probably about 4 times since 2019. Probably fell about 4 times. But my step cousin in New York taught me up in Edenwald in the Bronx. He taught me how to ride a bike on his this was back in I think 1984, 83 or 84. And he taught me how to ride on his BMX. He had a BMX that looks just like this, but skinnier. Just like the bike on your screen, but skinnier. I learned how to ride on one of them. And that was in either 83 or 84. And I hadn't been on the bike until 95. And then I hadn't been on the bike until No Night by Kez got me my first one. I think that was back in 2019, 2018. I tried skates. I fell on the skates. That video is up. And like I said, I wish that I would have got something different than what I got the first time, but we made the best of it. And then I was in a car accident years ago, and I finally got the settlement, and I bought the Swagtron with that money. But you know, we didn't have all these companies. Everybody had sprung up. I wish they had the Electric XP or something out, or I known about the Echo Trick or something like that. I've been better off, but you know, we made it work. It was a lot of hills that we couldn't get up. We had to avoid a lot of hills. That's why when people say, you know, the bike they sent me, on steep hills, it tends to cut. You let it rest for a second and then it run again. But I'm used to it by having the Swagtron, by having the little 250 watt motor that wouldn't get up the hill, And you just learn if you run it up 3 steep hills, take a break. Take 5 or 10 minutes, let the motor cool down, and then get back on it and go where you're going. Matter of fact, I'm thinking about riding up to the market, and we got 3 hills, and you have to get up the hill to get, just up to the first main street. Then it's uphill again, and then you go make a left and go uphill again. Then you finally get the ride and smooth out. You go uphill a little bit, then you go downhill, and then you got to keep the momentum so you can get uphill. You make the right, and then you got to go uphill, but it ain't bad. And then you go left, and then it's kind of uphill, but you're in the street. Then you go downhill. You make the right, and you kind of like, you go up and down a little bit, but then you get to the steep part, and that hill is like the side of a mountain. If you make it up that, and you make it down to the restaurant, they got the outside tables. You park the bike and have a sit down in one of the seats at the table. You let it cool down, then you get back, and then you jump on it. But having these bikes, it's just like having a car. And it gives me freedom. I can go anywhere I want to go, almost. I got 3 batteries. I got 3 batteries for Bessie. 3 of them. Uh-oh, y'all, it's 5:52. Let me get ready to get out of here, y'all. And not to mention it's 12:45 in the morning. Let me let my neighbors rest and get ready to go to work tomorrow. No, what's the day? Saturday? Yeah. Some people work on Saturday. Let me go ahead and get out of here. Hey, we've been online almost 6 hours. How do we do it? Every day. Because to me, it's fun. It's nothing. It's natural. Man, I've been on here for 20 minutes, y'all. I got to go. So, alrighty. I will see y'all tomorrow. I'm only going to be on one channel tomorrow. I see the confusion that's caused by being on multiple channels, different people. I think, oh my God, is on a different channel than the minister. So, I will see y'all tomorrow. We're going for a bike ride. I don't know why I stayed on this long and I want to go. But I charged up. I took everything off of Bessie. Bessie would do that trip easy. But the drama and the comfort of taking Marsha, the comfort, not to mention being up higher in the air, having them fat tires. But yeah, it's something about riding them fat tires. So alrighty, y'all. It's 5:54, and at the 6, I can't edit the video, and we show some videos today. So all right, y'all. I see y'all tomorrow on the Minister or the Dark channel. We'll be live. I wasn't going to, but since I overpaid Metro PCS last month when the guy was I only had to pay $21 for the service. So I went on and paid it. And so like when we went out last night, I couldn't see the chat after we came back and I got rid of the 360 camera. I couldn't see the chat. So I didn't know what y'all were talking about and couldn't converse with you. So Now we got two phones. So now we got two phones again. So now we can converse. So I hope y'all have a great night, and thanks for watching. I hope that we answer some questions tonight. Shout out to Liz and Nia for their help. For the shout out to Liz and Chung Lee for their research and the articles we did today. And as Nia would say, see you soon. As I say, I'll see you tomorrow. Y'all have a great night. And we out. Peace, everybody. Help me out and buy a bike.